country doctor.
What a perplexity. I should be starting on an urgent journey. Seriously ill patient is waiting for me in a village 10 miles away. But between him and me, a thick blizzard fills all the wide spaces. I have a gig, a light gig with big wheels, exactly right for our country roads. Muffled in furs. My bag of instruments in my hand. I'm in the courtyard all ready for the journey, but there's no horse to be had, no horse. My own horse died in the night, worn out by the fatigues of this icy winter. My servant girl, Rose, is running around the village trying to borrow a horse. But it's hopeless, I know it. And I stand here, snow gathering more and more thickly upon me, more and more unable to move. Hello? There's the girl now, waving her lantern. Of course, who would lend a horse at this hour for such a journey? Is walking about here. There's the pigsty. Empty for over a year. Damned old door almost off its hinges. But inside, steam and smell of horses. Dim stable lanterns swinging from a rope. A man crouching. An open, blue-eyed face crawling out on all fours. What else is in the sty, I wonder?
Well, you never know what you're going to find in your own house, do you?
Yes, that's a good one. You never know what you're going to find in your own house. Oh, look!
Oh, look at that then.
Enormous creatures. How can they get out? They're beauties. Oh, I think they'll make it. See, they're squeezing out of the door. Sheer strength of... What did you say? That did it. Sheer and clear.
Oh,
I need some help from the harnessing.
Rose, give him a hand. Hurry.
Yes, Rose. You give me a hand.
All right. What shall I do then?
Come on.
Oh!
Hey, here, watch this.
Oh! He bit me. Look at my cheek.
Oh, you brute. Let me see, Rose. Let me see. Oh, yes. The 2 rows of teeth. Blood prints clearly defined. You brute. Do you want a whipping, do you? On the other hand, the man is a stranger. I cannot imagine where he's come from. Yet, of his own free will, he's helping me out when everyone else has failed me. There he is, tying the horses up with the gig. No offense there.
No offense. Everything's ready. Come on now, get in.
A magnificent pair of horses. Fine. Here, help me up. But I'll drive. You don't know the way.
Of course you'll drive. I'm not coming with you. I'm going to stay here, Rosie.
Rose, wait. Listen, you're coming with me or I won't go. Urgent as my journey is, I'm certainly not going to pay for it by handing the girl over to you. Wait. You let her alone. You hear? Hey, stop. Stop. I can't see him through the storm. The snow, we're almost blind. The snow is blinding all my senses. But in a moment, It seemed as if my patient's farmhouse had opened out just before my courtyard gate. Well, I'm already there. The blizzard has stopped. Moonlight all around. Oh, the patient's parents, I can't understand a word they say. The sick room. Oh, the air is almost unbreathable. It's stifling. The stove is smoking. Oh, why doesn't someone open a window? Stupid people. But there. There's my patient. A boy. A young fellow. No clothes on. Gaunt, vacant eyes. But without any fever. Not cold. Not warm. He heaves himself up from the feather bedding and throws his arms around my neck. Let me die. Please, let me die. No one heard, I think. The parents are all leaning forward silently, waiting for my verdict. Boy, don't clutch at me so. Please, let me die. Ah, yes. In cases like this, the guards are helpful. Send the missing horse. Add to it a second because of the urgency. And to crown it all, provide also a groom. Oh, Rose. With that brute. What can I do? How can I rescue her? How can I possibly pull her away from under that brute 10 miles away with a team of horses I can't control? Someone must have loosed them from the gig. How could they have opened the windows, you suppose? There they are. Each one at a window, their heads stuck through. Watching the patient. Or maybe they're summoning me. I'd better go back at once.
Wait. You're dazed by the heat. Let me take your coat.
Just wait. Here. Let me pour you a glass of rum. No, thank you. Not now. Oh? Stupid old man. How does he get the nerve to be so familiar? I suppose he thinks that just because he's offered his treasured rum. Now he thinks I'm sick. The narrow confines of his silly thoughts is the only possible reason for refusing. And that woman. I suppose that's the mother. Why is she beckoning? She wants me to look at her son. Well, I'll listen. His breast shivers under my wet beard. Well, just as I thought, young man, you're quite sound. Is something a little wrong with your circulation? Your mother's been filling you with coffee, eh? Well, you're quite sound, and you ought to be shoved out of bed. But I'm no world reformer. So I can only let you lie. I'm only the district doctor and do my duties as well as I can. To the point where it becomes almost too much. I'm badly paid, and yet generous and helpful to the poor. I must still see that Rose is all right. And then the boy can have his way. And I want to die, too. What am I doing here in this endless winter? My horse is dead, and not a single person in the village will lend me another. I have to get my team out of a pigsty. If they hadn't chanced to be horses, I would have had to travel with swine. That's how it is. And this silly family. Oh, they know nothing about it, and if they did know, they wouldn't believe it. To write prescriptions is easy, but to come to an understanding with people, that's hard. Well, this should be the end of my visit. I've once more been called out needlessly. But I'm used to that. I'm used to that with my night bell. The whole district has made my life a torment with that bell. But then I should have to sacrifice Rose this time as well. Lovely, lovely Rose. Oh, she's lived in my house for years, almost without my noticing her. That sacrifice is too much to ask. The stupid family. Well, with the best intentions in the world, they couldn't restore Rose to me. So what's the use of blaming them? Look at them. What a sight. Oh, what's the matter with that mother? I suppose she's disappointed in me. Why? What do people expect? And the sister with her blood-soaked towel. Well, what am I to do? Maybe I should admit that the boy is ill after all. Poor lad. Look at him. Smiling a welcome, as if I were bringing him the most nourishing invalid broth. Oh, those stupid horses. I suppose that noise was ordained by heaven to assist my examination of the patient. Let's see, lad. Let's have another look at you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was wrong. You are indeed ill. An open wound in your right side, near the hip. An open wound as big as the palm of my hand. Rose red. Many variations of shade. Dark in the hollows and lighter at the edges. Softly granulated. Irregular clots of blood. Open as a mine to the daylight. But now that I look closer, a further complication. Oh, poor boy. Poor boy. Oh, worms. Worms as thick and as long as my little finger. Rose red and blood spotted. Wriggling from their fastness in the interior of the wound towards the light. Worms with little white heads and many little legs. Oh, poor boy. Poor boy, you are past helping. You are past helping. I have discovered your great wound. This blossom in your side has been destroying you. Poor boy. Poor boy. Your family, at least, is pleased. They see me busy here. Your sister tells your mother, and your mother tells your father. Your father is telling several guests who are coming in. Look at them, walking on tiptoe, trying to keep their balance by stretching out their arms. Fools, what a family, what a family.
Doctor.
Yes, boy.
Doctor, will you save me?
Oh, poor boy. You are blinded by the life within your wound.
Doctor, will you save me?
Oh, that is what people are like in my district, always expecting the impossible from the doctor. They have lost their ancient beliefs. The parson sits at home and unravels his vestments, one after another. But the doctor is supposed to be omnipotent with his merciful surgeon's hands. Well, as it pleases them. I have not thrust my services upon them. If they misuse me for sacred ends, I let that happen to me, too. What better do I want? Old country doctor that I am. Bereft even of my servant girl. And the family and the village elders surround me. They strip my clothes off me. What's that? Oh, outside, a school choir has gathered, with the teacher at the head of it. What are they singing? Listen to them. strip his clothes off. Then he'll heal us. If he doesn't, kill him dead. Only a doctor. Only a doctor. The family stares at me, standing here naked before them. But I am composed. I look back at them, my fingers in my beard, my head slanted to one side. I am altogether composed and equal to the situation. But it seems to have done me no good. They take me by the hands and feet and carry me to the bed. They lay me down in it, next to the wall, on the side of the wound, and leave the room. Oh, the bedding is warm around me. The horses' heads in the open window waver like shadows.
You know, I have very little confidence in you. Why, you were only blown in here. You didn't come on your own feet. Instead of helping me, you're cramping me on my deathbed. I'd really like to scratch your eyes out.
You're right. It is a shame. And yet I am a doctor. What am I to do? Believe me, it is not easy for me either.
Oh, come now. Am I supposed to be satisfied with this apology? I suppose I must be. There's nothing I can do about it. I always have to put up with things. A beautiful wound is all I have brought into the world. That was my sole endowment.
My young fellow, your mistake is you have not a wide enough view. I have been in all the sick rooms far and wide, and let me tell you, your wound is not so bad, done in a tight corner with 2 strokes of an axe. Many a one promises side and can hardly hear the axe in the forest, far less that it is coming nearer to him.
Is that really the truth? Or are you deluding me in my fever?
Oh, it's the truth. It's really the truth. You can take my word of honor as an official doctor.
All right. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
Oh, poor boy. Poor boy. But now it's time for me to think of escaping. The horses. My clothes. My fur coat. My bag. Oh, I'd better not waste time dressing now. Now I'm only going from this bed to my own, so to speak, if the horses get me home as fast as they got me here. Into the gig with my stuff. Oops. Oh, my fur coat is only hooked on by the sleeve. Oh, well, good enough. Now, I'll get onto the horse. Now, gee up. Come on, gee up. Come on. Come on, gee up. Come on. Gee up. Come on. You're crawling along. Slowly, like old men. Through all this snowy waste. What are they singing? Oh, be joyful, all you patients. The doctor's laid in bed beside you. The doctor's laid in bed beside you. Never shall I reach home at this rate. My flourishing practice is done for. My successor is robbing me. But in vain, for he cannot take my place. In my house, that disgusting groom is carrying on with Rose, his victim. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. exposed to the frost of this most unhappy of ages, with an earthly vehicle, unearthly horses. Old man that I am, I wander astray. My fur coat is hanging from the back of the king, but I cannot reach it, and none of my limber pack of patience lifts a finger. Betrayed! Betrayed! A false alarm on the night bell once answered. It cannot be made good. Not ever. It cannot be made good. Not ever.
That was A Country Doctor, a reading based on the story by Franz Kafka. Eric Bauersfeld was the principal reader, with Larry Maiden. Technical work by John Whiting. This program is one in a series of readings which were originally produced for the Black Mass series on KPFA some time ago.
Welcome to the Black Mass.
Tonight, a story about television by J. Anthony West, appropriately called Atrophy.
Gunsmoke, the headache tablet to relieve pain. So relax tension, calm nerves.
This message can save you hours and hours of pain. Headache pain. Pain. Depression. Pain.
Oh.
Tension. Pain.
What's the matter?
Anxiety.
Foot's gone to sleep, that's all.
Fatigue.
Oh.
Pain.
Oh.
It tells of today's tablet.
George, cut it out. You're making an image jump.
I'm sorry, dear. I must have been sitting in the same position too long.
More of this pain reliever than any leading headache tablet.
George, dear, you don't have to make quite such a fuss about
I
it.
can't help it.
Depression.
Have to wake it up.
Tension. Anxiety. Fatigue.
Everybody's put falls asleep.
My foot's asleep right now.
In minutes, headache pain is gone. So depression's gone.
The least you can do if you must hop, dear, is to hop out in the hall.
I'll be damned if I'll hop out in the hall just to wake up my foot.
You are being childish again.
Childish? What's childish? What's childish about waking my foot up?
It's your attitude that's childish.
Attitude? I'm trying to wake up my foot.
If you just sit down, dear, and forget it, it'll pass.
All right, I suppose it'll pass.
George.
What?
Oh. What do you think you're doing?
Can't I take off my shoes?
Suppose someone comes.
I suppose they do.
You're sitting there with your shoe
Well,
off.
can't I take off my shoes in my own house?
But you only took off one shoe.
I'm afraid I don't see the difference.
You're completely insensitive.
All right, we'll watch the program.
I'd have had one more dollar.
I know, I'm being silly. I can't watch the program when my foot's asleep.
Other men could. You have no intestinal fortitude, George.
Easy to do to say it isn't your foot.
And if it were, I wouldn't make a fuss about it. Men are all big babies.
What kind of work?
Any kind that'll pay us wages.
Marjorie, my foot isn't asleep.
Then why make all this fuss about
Well,
it?
there's something wrong with it.
Sure.
I'm serious. Look, I can't move it. My foot's stiff somehow. See, look at that. It won't move.
You're holding it that way on purpose. Don't take your sock off.
There, will you pay attention to me? Just look at that. Now, do believe me. Look, see, I can't flex my toes even. My whole foot's rigid.
You're doing it on purpose. You just want my sympathy.
Marjorie, darling, please listen to me. Look, see there? I can't move it.
Oh, you're not trying.
I know when I'm trying and when I'm not, I'm trying. Try to move it yourself.
I don't want to play games with your sweaty foot.
My foot isn't sweaty?
In this weather,
All right, my foot's sweaty. You try and move it, though. Go on.
I believe you. You can't move your foot.
You don't believe me? I can tell by the tone of your voice.
Your foot is asleep, and you can't move it. I believe
It
you.
is not asleep. There's something wrong with it. Sleeping foot doesn't just go rigid just like that.
You're such a hypochondriac, George.
No.
Every little thing. Just like the time you thought you had an appendicitis and it was gas pain.
And what was I supposed to think? I was lying on the bed in agony. It might have been appendicitis.
Well, it wasn't. And you're not lying in agony right now. Your foot is asleep. And why you have to make such a fuss about it, I just don't know.
A sleeping foot doesn't just go stiff.
It does when it's very soundly asleep. Maybe you sprained it walking around.
Well, how would I do that?
Oh, I don't know. Where did you walk today?
My usual walking, what do you think? I walked from the subway to the office, and I walked to the water cooler twice. No, it was 3 times.
You see? Usually you only go to the water cooler twice.
Yes, but I went to the men's room once. That makes up for it. You're always talking about things you don't know the first thing about.
How am I supposed to know? Usually you go twice.
That's precisely what I mean. Let's forget the whole thing.
Still, you can overexert a tendon and not know it. Remember Geraldine Roberts? Oh, she fell down the subway stairs and broke 3 ribs and didn't know a thing about it for a week.
I didn't fall down the subway stairs. I didn't overexert a tendon, and Geraldine Roberts was skewed to the ears when she fell.
So what? Your friend Walter is a complete lush.
We weren't talking about Walter.
Does it hurt?
No.
You walk like a war hero, George. Only hurts when I laugh.
I am not a war hero, and I don't want to walk like one.
Don't be such a milquetoast,
And now
George.
you save
You could have been a war hero.
How could I have been a war hero? I was in Jersey training recruits the whole time.
Save
Yes.
12 cents on the one.
You're training recruit, and a nervous private drops a hand grenade. In another second, you see that the whole regiment will be blown to smithereens, and you leap on top of it,
Oh,
and
my God, all of which results in a stiffened foot, I suppose. Besides, I was training them to use a calculating machine. And if someone dropped a hand grenade near me, you can bet that... Oh. Marjorie, my other foot's gone stiff. I can't move it.
You mustn't get this excited. Now come and sit down, and it will pass in a moment. Your other foot's gone to sleep, that's all. Don't make such a fuss about every little
Don't
thing.
make such a fuss. Great Christ, you think I was just anybody? Me, George, your husband. Suddenly I'm paralyzed and I can't walk, and you say that
Of course you can walk.
Oh.
You were just walking.
You call this hobble walking? Look, it's this.
walking.
There are millions of people who would give their right arm to walk that well.
And what the hell do I care about them? It's me, George, who can't walk right now. I've got leprosy or something, and you just sit there.
You don't have leprosy, George. If you had leprosy, your feet wouldn't stiffen. They'd fall off.
Oh, my...
Leprosy, 'twas all over leprosy.
Shut up. Can't you see I'm frightened?
I was just trying to cheer you up, dear. Now look at it this way. It can't be anything serious. If it were something serious, there'd have to be symptoms, right? Now, there's no serious disease without symptoms. I think you should just go off to bed now and put the whole thing out of your mind. Your feet will be back to normal tomorrow morning. Oh. You have no idea, dear, how foolish you
think I care? Do I care about appearance at a time like this?
You might at least try to behave like a gentleman.
Oh, appearance is always appearances with you. All women are the same. Intrinsic value means nothing to you at all, as long as it looks nice.
That's not true, George, and you know it.
Nothing was ever more true. You'd eat horse manure if it came served with parsley.
I would not.
You would.
I wouldn't.
You would.
Wouldn't.
Would.
Wouldn't.
Would.
Wouldn't.
We sit here talking as though nothing was wrong and my feet are paralyzed. What are we going to do?
The first thing, George, is to relax. You mustn't let yourself get so excited. If you were a professional tennis star or something, I could understand. But all you have to do is...
Yes, I suppose get to the office. As long as I bring home the bacon, it doesn't matter how I get there.
President Roosevelt had to go around in a wheelchair, and that didn't stop him from becoming the...
You don't understand. You just don't understand.
I understand, George. Believe me, I do. In a week, you'll get the hang of it. Really, you will. Besides, it'll be all better in the morning.
You know it won't. You're just trying to cheer me up. No one's ever had this before. Nobody's feet ever stiffened. Not like that.
You always think you're better than everyone else. It happens to lots of people, dear.
Oh, name one.
I don't know any personally.
That's just it. That's why I'm worried. If we just knew what it was. Oh, I suppose you're right. There's no point in getting excited. Better watch the program.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to be as independent?
First thing wrong with you when you go running to the doctor.
Do you want me to call the doctor at this hour?
I didn't say that.
Glass for glass.
If it's no better in the morning, we'll call him then. All right?
Yeah, you know, I think it's a little...
Not a juice or juice product.
Oh, Marjorie, my knee. It's my knee. I can't move my knee. Look, will you look, please? Oh, for God's sake, look here. My knee's completely stiff.
George, dear, relax. Please relax. I'll go and call the doctor. Please relax now.
Go.
Hello?
12 cents on the 1 pound
Hello?
5 ounce size.
Hello? Operator. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, he's not in.
Marjorie, what's taking so long?
The doctor wasn't in, dear. I'm calling another one.
My God.
Hello?
Oh. Marjorie, for the love of God, my other knee. My other knee's paralyzed. Tell him to hurry.
I really can't carry on 2 conversations at once, dear.
Marjorie, my knee. Well,
what?
Well, what do you think? What is it? What did he say?
Just what I told you. Nothing serious.
Huh. Well, did he know what it was?
Of course he knew. Did you think you were the only one? I told you.
All right, no sermons. Tell me what he said. What is it?
Atrophy.
Atrophy? Atrophy?
Plain, common atrophy.
Just atrophy? So that's it, atrophy. Well, at least we know what it is.
I told you.
I told you. Wasn't knowing that scared me. Well, now, what do we do about it?
Well, nothing.
Nothing? Nothing? You mean to tell me that I have a fatal disease? I have a fatal disease and you sit there calmly and tell me there's nothing we can do?
George, get hold of yourself. There's nothing fatal about the disease. The doctor said not to worry. Nothing can be done about it. But there are absolutely no dangerous effects.
Oh, well, I suppose that's a relief. Nothing we can do. But there are no dangerous effects.
Right. You can do anything you would do normally, except move.
Well, that's at least something. We should be grateful for that.
You have to have courage, George. We have to have courage. We have to fashion a whole new life for ourselves. Won't be easy.
No, I can't face it. It happened too quickly. This evening I was a man in my prime. I could have done anything I wanted. Now...
Well, we can start from scratch, George, dear. We'll start a new life.
I can't walk anymore. I can't go for a simple stroll.
You never went for walks, dear. When did you ever take a walk?
That isn't the question. It's that now I can't even if I wanted to, and I was planning on taking a walk, actually.
When?
Well, this Sunday I was going to walk round the block.
You have to stop thinking this way, George. You can't give in to self-pity.
It's such a simple thing, a stroll round the block.
Stop it, George. You know you wouldn't have gone.
I was planning to.
There's nothing on the other side of the block anyhow.
How do you know?
I've been there.
And there's nothing?
Nothing. Well, hardly.
That's what I mean. You see, I wanted to see for myself.
George, you must take my word for it. There's nothing interesting to be seen.
Well, I suppose I've just got to get used to the whole idea. My thighs just went. I can't move them.
Have courage, darling, please. For your sake, for mine, have courage.
Well, I suppose things could have been worse. Suppose it hadn't happened at home, eh?
Yes.
I mean, it might have happened in the subway, or tying my shoelace, or painting the ceiling.
You are wonderful, darling.
I don't like this any better than you do. I can't go bowling anymore, or fishing, or play ball, nothing.
George, darling, you never went bowling. You never did any of those things.
No, true. But I'm still young. I could have done them. I can't ping pong.
You never played ping pong.
I always wanted to.
Well, we have to make a living. You can't go to work. What will we live on? We have to eat.
I hadn't thought of that.
I'll work, George. I don't care. We'll get along, don't you worry. I'll do anything. I'll take in washing, I'll scrub floors, I'll work in a millinery shop, don't you worry. I'll keep us going.
Maybe we can get back that modeling job, eh?
George.
Now, let's see now. Will we need money? With our social security, company benefits, disability, all our policies. 10, 25, 29. I figure 40 a week.
Yes. Well, the price we have to pay.
Well, it's not so bad at all. In fact, we'll have more money. We can buy the things you've always wanted. My own needs will be less. Just let me have...
Don't do that, dear.
Don't do what?
Reach for the peanuts. Who knows? Any minute now and you'll be reaching for peanuts the rest of your life.
No, Marjorie.
I'm serious. If you want something, dear, ask me for it. Is there anything you want? You can still move from the waist.
My waist. The atrophy hit my waist.
Won't it stop, George? Why won't it stop, George? Won't it stop? Why us? Why not someone else?
That's selfish thinking, dear.
Sitting around us so awful. This awful sitting, watching it happen. It was different if I went out to a cinema and came back and found you atrophied and dying by inches.
You know I'm not dying, and please don't get emotional.
Oh, don't lift your arm. Don't do that. Tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you.
Well, it's only a small thing.
Anything, George, no matter how small.
Would you scratch my nose for me? A little higher. Thanks.
Whole life ahead of you, and you'll never be able to scratch yourself. Oh, George. I'll have to be beside you always. To scratch for you.
No, when the atrophy set in, there's no sensation at all. Actually, just a few moments.
That's the worst part of all. A whole life to live, and you'll never know what it is to eat.
Oh, my dear. You know what I'll miss? I'll miss making myself snacks for the late show.
I'll make you marvelous snacks, George.
No, it won't be quite the same thing. Don't quite understand. You see, when you go to bed early, I stay up for the late show and the late show, and in between the two I get a little hungry. House is completely quiet. Sometimes I hear buses down the avenue. Once in a while a fire engine. Looks like there isn't a bit of food in the place. And I go to the refrigerator and open it, and a whole world of midnight snacks lights up there before my eyes. Herring and sour cream. Herring and wine sauce, odds and ends of cheddar. Pimento olives, Rita spread, quarter of cantaloupe. And blue cheese. Go through everything. Look around, pick out one. put it back. There are dishes with covers on them, and little things that were left over we've forgotten about. One by one, take off the covers. There's meatball.
What's that, dear?
2 slices of roast beef. So we're having. Don't choose. No, don't choose. Go to the bread box. Half a loaf of rye, 3 or 4 kinds of crackers. Dungeon. Go to the pantry. Peanut butter. Peanut butter. All kinds of jam. Maybe during the day you bought some sardines. New brand, maybe. Have some tuna fish, salmon. No, still I don't choose. Go to the cabin with the sugar and the flour and the breakfast cereals. Cornflakes. You know there weren't any cornflakes yesterday? Cornflakes. Did I see peaches in the refrigerator? No. Yes, I don't remember. I run to the refrigerator, and if there are peaches, I'll have peaches, cornflakes, more peaches, and cream.
No, George, there aren't any peaches, dear, but there are strawberries. Nice big ones. You can have cornflakes with strawberries instead.
Oh, well.
I never knew it meant so much to you. I never dreamed.
No, it was only something small.
Small things are the most important. Really, darling, it doesn't matter. I can...
The arm just went.
Oh, you know those roses? George.
Made it. Peanut.
Oh, you mustn't do that. You want to give me heart failure. George, you know what could happen. Just one more second.
Yes, but I did make it, you know. There's nothing to worry about.
Promise me you won't do that again.
All right, I promise. But I had to reach for my last handful of peanuts, you know.
You have more courage than most men, George. No one will ever tell me that my husband was a coward.
Oh, don't be silly. It was
Now,
not...
don't be modest, George. You know perfectly well that most men would have just sat there. Men with less character would have hesitated.
The other arm. Look, see?
You see? That split second was all. Other men would have been less decisive. And in that time... But you, George, you defied fate. Oh, I go all weak inside when I think of it, George. I really do. George!
What's it now, dear?
Our lives, darling. Our lives are ruined.
No, please don't start that over again.
You have to stay in that chair the whole rest of your life.
Well, we both know that, Madge, dear.
You don't. I don't think you know what that means. You can't ever leave, ever. Forever, you'll always be sitting there.
Of course, I know that. It's perfectly clear.
You don't understand. You don't see.
You'll have to bring me my food. That'll be a bother, I suppose. You'll have to vacuum around me. Well, I still don't see why you have to get so excited about it.
You can't come to bed, George.
Oh, that's so. I suppose I hadn't thought of that. With a couple of extra blankets, I'll be warm here. It won't be as bad as all that.
And me, George? I'll have to get between the cold sheets alone.
Oh, I'll do a couple of extra blankets. Warm enough.
We can't make love anymore. We aren't husband and wife. We aren't lovers anymore.
I hadn't thought of that.
Not another chance. Never again. Oh, George. That's the best part, George. I love most then. Always in your arms and the little light glowing. You always said such silly little things. I loved you most then, George. It's my fault, George. All my fault. If I'd been a little more understanding before, if I'd listened to my intuition just a while ago, when it was just your foot, we could have had one last chance. Just one last time in your arms.
Well, we just didn't think of it, Marge. I didn't, and you didn't. Anyway, it isn't Wednesday. And it's no use crying over spilt milk.
Our quarrels were made up there, George. The nights were all soft and tender. In your arms, I was a princess at dawn, George, beside my sleeping prince. It was marvelous. It was perfect, wasn't it?
Yes.
We were passionate. Each day was an experience, wasn't it, George? Every night, 8 hours out of paradise. We were happy. So very happy, weren't we, George?
Yes.
We did things together. What lives we led. Everyone envied us. We made life so exciting. Never fought, never bickered like other couples. We were happy, weren't we?
Marge? Oh, yes, I said we were. We were very happy.
The nights, George. How will I get through the long nights alone? We're so young, George. Our lives were all before us. So young. I'm 32, George. A girl. A young girl. And you? 34. Your life has just begun.
Marge?
Yes, dear?
Are you sure I'm 34?
I'm certain. No, George.
Funny, I always thought of myself as much older than that.
It affected your mind, darling. That, too.
No, really. Well, you know how it is. I suppose one day is like the next. A year goes by and you don't notice it. Then 5. Oh! My neck.
Oh, it's all over, George. Our lives are finished. There's nothing left for us.
No, that's not too much. We can still talk.
Yes. Yes, we can still talk. That's right, George. We can still talk. Talk to me, darling.
Well, I can't just talk. I have to have something to say.
Of course. And when you think of something, you'll talk to me, won't you, George? Promise me.
You mustn't worry, darling. I'll always be beside you whenever you need me.
I'll stay by your side always. I'll never leave you for another.
No.
I'll refuse all invitations. I won't let myself be tempted. George. George, look at me.
What? I can't, you know. My eyes are focused straight ahead. At the television. I didn't even know.
Well, it's almost over. Thank God for that. George, are you blind? Can you see?
Yes, I can see all that.
Aren't you afraid, George?
No, I'm not afraid.
George, it's not your normal voice. Not that, too. George, talk to me. I'm frightened. Say something. Some last thing. Don't leave me like this. Tell me what it's like. What do you feel? I've got to know, George.
It's not so bad. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Really, I quite like it.
That was Atrophy, adapted by Richard Rowland from a story by J. Anthony West. The part of George was played by Bernard Mays, and Pat Franklin was Marjorie. The technical production was by Fred Seiden. And now, good night. Welcome to the Black Mass. Our story tonight was written nearly a century before psychotherapy was invented. If it had been the other way round, our hero might have suffered a little more, and we a little less. Here is Eric Bowersfeld and Bernard Mays as the Madman, and Pat Franklin as the women in The Diary of a Madman by Nikolai Gogol.
October the 3rd. An extraordinary thing happened today. First of all, I got up rather late.
Here are your boots, sir.
Ah, Martha. What time is it?
Just 10 o'clock, sir.
10 o'clock. Impossible. I heard the clock strike 10 hours ago.
Yes, sir. Just 10, sir.
Oh, I must say, I'd as soon have skipped the office altogether. That chief of my division. Oh, the way he treats
Tell me, my good man, why is it you're always in such a muddle? You dart around like a hen on a hot griddle and get your work in such a mess the devil himself couldn't straighten it out. It's just like you to start a new heading with a small letter. Look at that. Give no date, no reference number. You're muddle-headed.
This is old Crane. I know what it is, too. He envies me. He envies me because I sit in the director's office and sharpen his quill. Oh, if it weren't for the prestige, I really would have left that department long ago. Well, it was pouring. So I wore my old overcoat and took an umbrella and hurried along the avenue.
Stop. Look, there at the carriage. Just stopped in front of the store. Don't you recognize it?
It's the director.
Yes.
Well, what can he possibly need here?
It must be his daughter.
His daughter.
Oh, quick, against the wall.
Is her? Oh, look at her fluttering out of the carriage like a bird. Oh, God, I lost.
Quick, hide. Why? She recognized your coat.
What about my coat?
Oh, it's stained and out of style. Quick, in this doorway. Oh, never mind. She's gone into the store.
Why did she come out in this pouring rain?
And tried to deny after this that women have a passion for buying clothes.
She left her lapdog in the street.
She's called Madgie.
Madgie. Then another dog joined her. It was following two, ladies. Well, the two dogs hadn't been together for more than one moment when...
Hello, Madgie. Hello, Fidel.
Well, I'll be damned. Talking.
Shame on you, Madgie. You haven't written in weeks. Oh, I've been sick, Fidel.
What the devil is going on? Dogs can't talk?
So sorry to hear that, Madgie. Well, drop a line soon. I've got to run.
Dogs can talk. They can't.
Oh, it's not so unusual. The world has seen similar occurrences. In England, a fish broke surface and uttered a couple of words.
Well, I've never heard of a dog that could write.
Oh, of course, not only gentlemen can write. Correctly, anyway.
It was all very surprising. But I must confess.
Crippling shopkeepers.
Lately I have been hearing things and seeing things that no one else does.
But that's no sort of writing.
Anyhow, I followed the women and their dog through the rain.
No commas, no periods.
I recognized the house they entered.
Terrible spelling.
They went up to the 5th floor. Well, good. I wouldn't go in now. I'd make a note of the place and wait for the first up. October 4th. Today is Wednesday, and that's why I was at our director's home, in his study. I came in early and sharpened all the quills. Our director must be a very brilliant man. His study is crammed with bookcases, such erudition all over the place. What importance shines in his eye.
Quick, what? The door. The director, stand up, have the documents ready.
No. No, it's like a swan. And when she looks at me, it's like the sun.
Hasn't Papa been in here?
What a voice. A canary, an absolute canary.
Hasn't Papa been in here?
Oh, ma'am, don't have me put to death. But if you do decide that I must die, let it be by your own aristocratic little hand.
Hasn't Papa been in here?
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you.
At home that night, I lay on my bed most of the time. Then I copied an excellent poem.
But you 1 hour crept slowly like a year.
Like a year.
Is my life worthwhile? I wept when you're not here. Sounds like Pushkin.
Sounds like it. I put on my overcoat and walked over to the director's house, and waited by the gate for quite a while to see whether she wouldn't come out and get into her carriage. But she didn't. November 6th. I don't know what's wrong with the chief of my division. Well, for instance, when I arrived at the office today...
Now then, what I want to know is what's the matter with you?
Oh, what do you mean, nothing's the matter with me?
No, come now, try to understand. Aren't you over 40?
Yes.
Yes, well, isn't it time for you to wise up a little?
Oh.
Everybody knows what you're up to. Everybody knows you're trying to make the director's daughter. You. Ha! Just look at yourself. Look, what are you? Nothing, absolutely nothing. You haven't a penny to your name. Look in the mirror. Look at yourself.
Yeah.
You haven't a chance in the world.
Stop. What do you know? Oh, I can see through you. You're jealous.
Jealous?
Maybe you begin to notice the way the director has been favoring me lately.
Oh.
And who are you anyway? A divisional chief. So what? I can be promoted too. I'm only 42, an age when one's career is just beginning. Yes. I'll go higher than you yet. And God willing, very, very, very much higher. I'll have a social position beyond your dreams. You think you're the only one in the world to have dignity? Give me a coat. Give me a coat and tie like yours, and you will be worthy to polish my boots, not my boots.
And what, my good man, will you use for money?
Yes. My lack of means. That's the only trouble. November 8th. Went to the theater. There was a vaudeville show full of amusing things. Making fun of everybody, even lawyers. So outspoken, I wondered how it got past the censors. It said plainly that merchants swindle everybody and that we all need protection from the newspapermen. Playwrights write very amusing things nowadays. I love going to the theater. As soon as I get a few cents, I can't help myself. One actress sang really well. What did it remind me of? Yes. Who? Yes. Oh, what a rogue I am. Well, never mind. November 9th. Today I sat in the director's study and sharpened 23 quills. How brilliant he must be. How I'd like to have a closer look at these people, see how they live, all their subtle innuendos and courtly jokes. Sometimes the door is open and I can see into their drawing room. Oh, you should see how it's decorated. Mirrors. Fine pieces of porcelain. How I'd like to see into her room. Oh, her boudoir. All those little jars and bottles standing there amidst the sort of flowers one doesn't dare breathe on. There's the dress she's thrown off, looking like air. Her bedroom. Miracles. To see the little stool upon which her delicate foot descends when she emerges from bed. And see how an incredibly fine, immaculate stocking is pulled up her leg. Then that stupid lapdog came into the room. Oh, Matchy. Well, little Matchy. Listen, Matchy. We're alone now. And I'll even lock the door so that no one will see us. Matchy, tell me everything you know about your mistress. What's she like and everything. I swear I won't repeat a thing, not a thing. Oh, but the silly little mutt ran off as if she didn't understand what I was saying. She knew. And dogs can talk. Most of the time they just choose not to. Because they're stubborn. Well, anyway, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to that house and find Fidel and get my hands on those letters Maggie's been writing to her. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. November 12th. At 2 p.m., I went out determined to find Fidel and question her. I found the house. And went upstairs.
Yes?
Excuse me. Do you have a dog by the name of Fidel?
Yes? Why?
I want to have a talk with her.
What?
I said I want to have a talk with your dog.
What?
The girl was stupid. I could see from the start how stupid she was. Oh, there's the mutt. There's the mutt. Now then.
Get out! Get out! Leave her alone!
Oh, you repulsive little creature. Bite me, will you? There's your basket. There's your basket. Just what I'm looking for. And underneath. Underneath in the straw. What do I find? What do I find? The letters. I knew it. The letters.
You're mad! You're mad! Get out before I call the police! Get out!
Now at last, I'll find everything out. All about these intrigues and plots. Oh, plots. I'll find out all the little wheels and springs at the bottom of the matter. These letters. They will explain everything. Oh, dogs are a clever race. They know all about intrigues. Everything is bound to be in the letters. But it was too dark when I got home. I can't read too well by candlelight. So I lay on my bed and waited until morning. November 13th. Let's see now. This letter here looks quite legible. Though there is something canine about the handwriting. Dear Fidel.
Dear Fidel, I'm very glad we have decided to write to each other.
Spelling is very good. It's even punctuated correctly. This is considerably better than our divisional chief can do, though he claims to have gone to some university or other. Well, let's see further on.
I believe that sharing feelings and impressions with another is one of the main blessings in life.
The thought is stolen from a work translated from the German. The author's name escapes me now.
I speak from experience. My young mistress, whom her papa calls Sophie, is crazy about me.
Oh, Sophie. Well, never mind.
Papa often pets me, too. I drink tea and coffee with cream. Oh, I must tell you, my dear, that I am not in the least tempted by the bones Fido chews on in the kitchen. I only like the bones of game, and even then, only if the marrow hasn't been sucked out by someone else.
What's this all about? What rubbish? As though there weren't more interesting things to write about. Let's see the next page. There may be something less stupid here.
Now I'll tell you with pleasure what goes on in this household.
What goes on?
My mistress, Sophie. Oh, she's always very happy when she's going to leave for a ball. But is always very irritable while she's getting dressed for it. You know, my dear, I personally can see no pleasure in going to a ball. Sophie usually returns home from balls at 6 a.m. And I can tell by her pale and emaciated features that the poor thing hasn't been given a bite to eat. I confess, I could never lead such a life. If I had to go without gaming sauce or chicken wing stew, I don't know what would become of me.
The style is very jerky. You can see that it's not written by a man. She starts off all right, and then she lapses into dogginess. Well, let's see another letter. This one looks rather long. No date.
Oh, my dear, how strongly I feel the approach of spring. My heart beats as though I were waiting for something. In my ears, there's a constant buzz. Very often I listen so intently behind doors that I raise my front paw. And confidentially, I have plenty of suitors. Oh, you should have seen the dashing young lover that came jumping over the fence into our courtyard. His name is treasure. And he has such a nice face.
Oh, damn it, oh, what rubbish this is. How much of our letters is going to fill up with such stupid stuff? I'm after people, not dogs. I need spiritual food, and I'm served these inanities. Well, let's skip a page. Maybe we'll find something more interesting.
Sophie was sitting at the table sewing something. Suddenly, the manservant came in and announced someone. Show him in, Sophie said. She hugged me hard and murmured, "Oh, Margie, darling, if only you knew who that is. He's a guard officer. His hair is black, and his eyes are so dark and so light at the same time, like fire." And Sophie rushed out. A minute later, a young officer with black side whiskers appeared. He went to the mirror and smoothed his hair. Then he looked around the room. I growled a little and settled down by my window. Soon, Sophie came back, greeted him gaily, while I pretended to be busy looking out of the window. In fact, however, I turned my head sideways a little so that I could catch what they said. You cannot imagine, Fidel, dear, the silliness of that conversation. Oh, no, I said to myself, this officer doesn't compare to treasure. Heavens, what a difference. Really a tremendous difference. I wonder what she finds in her officer. What on earth can she admire in him?
Yes, here I tend to agree. Something seems wrong. It is quite unbelievable that this officer should have swept her off her feet. Well, let's see here.
If she likes the officer, I think she'll soon be liking the civil service clerk who sits in Papa's study. That one, my dear, is a real scarecrow. He looks a bit like a turtle caught in a bag.
Which clerk can that be?
He has a funny name, and he's always sitting sharpening quills. The hair on his head is like straw. Papa sends him on errands like a servant.
That filthy little car seems to be trying to get even. Why is my hair like straw?
Sophie can hardly control her laughter when she sees him.
Oh, you wretched, lying little dog. What a filthy, poisonous tongue. As if I didn't know. It's all your jealousy. I know whose tricks these are, too. I recognize the hand of our divisional chief here. For some reason, that man has sworn undying hatred for me. He's trying to harm me. Yes, he is. He's trying to harm me. Harm me every bit of the day and night. Oh, still, let's see. One more letter. It may make it clear.
My dear Fidel, forgive me for not writing to you all this time. I've been going around in absolute ecstasy. I agree without reservation with the philosopher who said that love is a second life.
That was a second life.
Moreover, a lot of things are changing in our household. The officer comes here every day now. Sophie is madly in love with him. Papa is very gay. I even heard Gregory say that the wedding is close at hand. Because Papa always wanted to see Sophie married to an high official or to an army officer with a brilliant career ahead of him.
No, I can't go on. High official, senior officer, they get the best things in this world. You discover a crumb of happiness. You reach out for it, and then along comes a high official or an officer and snatches it away. Oh, damn it. I would so much like to become a high official myself. Not just to obtain a hand in marriage either, no. No, I'd like to be a high official just so that I could watch them jump around to my benefit. I'd listen for a while to their courtly jokes and innuendos, and then I'd tell them what they could do with themselves. Oh, it hurts, though. It hurts. Oh, damn it. I tore those little dogs' letters to shreds. December 3rd. Impossible. Lies. There can't be a wedding.
Well, he has a commission in the Guards.
So what? Does he have a third eye in the middle of the spotted or a golden nose? Why am I a clock? Why should I be a clock?
Maybe you only appear to be a clock. Maybe you're a general.
Maybe I don't really know who I am.
You know, there are plenty of instances in history when somebody quite ordinary, not necessarily an aristocrat, some middle-class person, even a peasant, suddenly turns out to be a public figure. Maybe even the ruler of a country? Yes. Now, if a peasant can turn into someone so important, where are the limits to the possibilities for a man of breeding?
I can see myself entering a room in a general's uniform.
Yes.
An epaulette on my right shoulder, an epaulette on my left shoulder, a blue ribbon across my chest.
Yes.
How that would be.
Well, you can't be promoted to anything like that overnight.
What I'd like to know is, why am I a clock?
Yes, why are you a clock?
Why precisely a clock? December 5th. I read all the papers this morning.
Strange things are happening in Spain.
I don't understand it at all.
They write that the throne has been vacated.
Vacated?
Yes, and that the ranking grandees are having difficulty in selecting an heir.
Ah, an heir?
It seems there's discontent.
Sounds very strange to me. How can a throne be empty?
They say that some Donya may accede.
Donya? It's absolutely impossible.
Of course it's impossible. A Donya can't accede to a throne. A king should sit on a throne.
Of course, a king should sit on a throne.
They say there is no king.
Well, that's impossible. It's impossible that there should be no king. There must be a king.
Well, he might be hidden away somewhere in anonymity.
Ah, yes.
It's even possible that he's around here, being forced to remain in hiding because of family reasons, or for fear of some neighboring country.
France, of course, France. Forced to remain in hiding.
Well, there may be other reasons.
December 8th. I was on the point of going to the office, but various considerations held me back. I couldn't get those Spanish affairs out of my head. How can a Donya possibly become a ruler? They won't allow it.
Of course they won't allow it. In the first place, England won't stand for it. And then they must remember the political situation of the rest of Europe. The Austrian Emperor.
Our Tsar.
Of course, our Tsar.
I must admit, I was so worried and hurt by these events, I couldn't do anything all day long. After dinner, I walked the streets. Uphill. Downhill. Came across nothing of interest. Then mostly lay on my bed and thought about the Spanish question. Year 2000, April 43. This is a day of great jubilation. Spain has a king.
They found him?
I am the king.
Oh, no.
I discovered it today. It all came to me in a flash.
Oh, it's incredible ever to have imagined being a civil service clerk.
Could such a crazy idea ever have entered my head?
You would thank God no one thought of slapping you into a lunatic asylum.
Well, now I see everything clearly. But what was happening before? Things loomed at me out of the fog. But now...
Wouldn't you say that all troubles stem from the misconception that human brains are located in the head?
Yes.
Well, they're not. Human brains are blown in by the winds from somewhere around the Caspian Sea.
Oh! Keep away, you're mad.
Martha was the first to whom I revealed my identity. When she heard I was the King of Spain, she flung up her hands, almost died in terror.
Silly woman, she'd never seen a King of Spain before.
Oh, calm yourself, Martha, calm yourself. I can assure you of my royal favor. Come now, bygones are bygones.
The masses are so ignorant. True. She's probably frightened because she thinks that all kings of Spain are like Philip II.
Martha, I'm not at all like Philip II.
Oh, the hell with it.
Right, the hell with it. The hell. I didn't go to the office. I'll never go there again. I'll never again copy those dreadful documents. October 86. Between day and night. You take it.
Today, the divisional chief sent someone to make you go to the office.
Yes.
You went?
Well, just for the laugh.
The divisional chief expected you to come apologizing to him for not being there for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Did you apologize?
I did not. I looked at it with indifference.
And what did you think as you sat in your usual place and looked around at all these scribbling rabble?
I thought that if only they knew who was sitting there among them, what a fuss they make.
They gave you some papers to abstract. Did you do the work?
I didn't even stir.
And when the director came in, what did the rest do?
They jumped up trying to be noticed.
Did you jump up?
Never. Who says I should get up for him? He's an old cork. Just a cork, the kind they used to stop up a bottle. That's all he is.
But the funniest thing of all...
When they gave me a paper to sign.
Yeah.
Did you know where they expected me to sign it?
In the corner, under clerk such and such.
Yes, imagine.
What did you do?
I signed it in the space reserved for the director. The very one.
What name did you sign?
Signed Ferdinand the Eighth.
You didn't.
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
All silent. But I merely waved my hand and said graciously, dispense with the manifestation of allegiance, and walked out of the room.
And what did you do then?
I went straight to the director's.
Was he at home?
No, he wasn't.
And you then proceeded straight to her boudoir.
Oh, she was sitting in front of her mirror. And when she saw me...
Did you tell her that you were the King of Spain?
Certainly not. I simply told her, Madam, you cannot imagine the happiness awaiting you, and despite all our enemies' intrigues, we will soon be together.
Get out, you idiot!
Women are such perfidious things, really.
Never really understand them. Never really understand them. Who is woman really in love with?
The devil, of course.
Devil?
Of course, you can see it. Just look over there. Do you see in the front tier of the boxes?
She's raising her lorgnette.
Yes.
She's looking at the fat man over there with the star.
No, she isn't. Nothing of the sort. She's staring at the devil.
Where?
There, hiding behind the fat man's back. Look, he's hidden himself in the star. And he's beckoning to her with his finger.
She'll marry him, too?
Of course she will. As for the rest of them, bootlickers. You know what they all really want?
Annuities.
Annuities and more annuities. You know, some patriots, they'd sell their mother and father and their God for money. The strutting betrayers of Christ. And all this crazy ambition, this vanity. You know where it comes from?
The little bubble under the tongue.
Of course. A tiny worm, about the size of a pinhead in it.
I think it's all the work of a barber on peace.
Of course.
I don't remember his name.
You know who the moving force behind all that is?
The Sultan of Turkey.
Of course it is.
I bet he pays the barber to spread Mohammedanism all over the world.
Of course he does.
They say that in France already the majority of the people have embraced the Mohammedan faith.
Of course they have.
No date. A day without date. Went along Nevsky Avenue incognito.
There's the Tsar riding past. Everyone's removing his hat.
Well, I will too. I don't want to give the least sign that I'm the King of Spain.
No, it would be undignified to reveal one's identity here in front of all these people. It would be more proper to be presented in court first.
Yes. What's prevented me so far is the fact that I haven't yet got the royal Spanish attire.
You know, you should get hold of a royal mantle of some sort.
Well, I thought of having one made.
Those are so stupid. They're not really interested in their trade nowadays.
Actually, they go in for speculation.
Most of them end up by mending roads.
I know what I'll do. I'll make a mantle out of my best coat.
Oh, you better do it yourself.
Of course I will. I'll lock my door so that no one sees me. Now I'll have to cut this coat into ribbons with the scissors. A mantle, after all, has a completely different style. A completely different style. Can't remember the day, nor the month. Damned if I know what's going on. Well, the mantle is ready.
You're still not ready to be presented at court?
No, why not?
Your retinue hasn't yet arrived from Spain.
That's right, my retinue. The absence of a retinue would be incompatible with my dignity.
Yes.
I'll wait. They should be here at any time. A first date. I'm puzzled by the unaccountable delay in the arrival of my retinue. What can be holding them up? I went to the post office to inquire whether the Spanish delegates had arrived. Oh, but the postmistress is an utter fool.
No, there's no Spanish delegates around here, but if you'd like to mail a letter, we'll be delighted to accept.
Letter? What the devil is she talking about? What letter? What letter? Letter my foot! Let druggists write letters. February is the 13th, so I'm in Spain. It all happened so quickly that I hardly had time to realize it. This morning, the Spanish delegation arrived for me, and we all got into a carriage. It is bewildering how fast we went. We went so fast that within half an hour, we reached the Spanish border. When I entered the first room, I saw a multitude of people with shaven heads. A Dominican or Capuchin monks, no doubt. They always shave their heads.
Come on.
The manners of the King's Chancellor leading me by the hand were certainly very strange.
Now, you sit quiet in there and don't call yourself King Ferdinand again, or I'll beat the nonsense out of your head.
Oh, come now, Chancellor. We're alone now.
No,
I know that I'm being tested, and I refuse to submit to this indignity any longer.
All right, then I won't.
That hurts terribly. But I didn't let out a cry. I contained myself, remembering that this is customary procedure among knights on initiation into an exalted order. To this day, they adhere to the chivalric code in Spain.
Idiots.
Left to myself, I decided to devote some time to affairs of state.
Tomorrow, as foreseen by the famous English king, Mr. Wellington, the Earth will mount the moon.
Yes, I confess I'm deeply worried about that.
Particularly when you consider the moon's extraordinary sensitivity and fragility.
Yes.
The moon, of course, is made in Hamburg. I must say they do a very poor job.
England doesn't do something about it.
It's a lame Cooper that makes the moon, and it's quite obvious that he has no conception of what the moon should be. He uses tarred rope and olive oil. That's why the stench is so awful all over the Earth.
We are continually forced to plug our noses.
And that's why the moon itself is such a delicate ball that men cannot live there.
Only noses.
Certainly.
That's why we can't see our own noses.
Of course, they're all on the moon.
And when you think what a heavy thing the Earth is.
That's right. When the Earth mounts the moon, all our noses will be crushed to a powder.
What are we to do?
Hurry, we better warn the Capuchin monks.
Yes, of course. We must warn them immediately. Immediately. Hurry. Gentlemen, we must save the moon. The Earth is preparing to mount it. The Capuchin monks were admirable. They rushed at once to execute my royal wish. Many of them tried to climb the wall to reach the moon in time. But at that moment, the Grand Chancellor entered. Everyone scattered. I, being the king, remained alone. January of the same year, which happened after Februarius. I still can't make out what sort of a place Spain is.
The customs and the etiquette of the court are quite incredible.
I don't see it. I don't grasp it.
It's incomprehensible.
They shaved my head. Even though I shouted with all my might that I did not want to become a monk. They began to drip cold water on my head. I've never been through such torture.
Who can understand the point of such peculiar customs?
But it's senseless.
And the irresponsibility of the kings who never got around to outlawing this custom, it's quite incomprehensible.
I can't grasp it.
There are indications that would make one wonder whether one hasn't fallen into the hands of the Inquisition.
Inquisition?
That Chancellor, for instance.
The Grand Inquisitor himself?
Yes, but then how could the king be subjected to the Inquisition?
True. Oh, true.
Unless this is the work of some other country?
France.
Yes, that fellow Polignac.
That Polignac is an absolute beast. He swore to drive me to my death.
Oh, there's no end to his maneuvers.
And he is himself being led by the English.
Of course, the English are great politicians.
Spread the seeds of dissension everywhere. Everywhere.
As the whole world knows, when England takes snuff.
France sneezes.
Of
sneezes. Today, the Grand Inquisitor entered my room. I heard him approaching, and I hid under the chair.
Where are you idiot?
I remained silent. He couldn't see me.
7 and the 8. Come on, out of there.
Oh, it's a trick. It's a trick. Oh, no.
Come on.
They won't get me that way. They'll pour water on my head again.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. You can Spain hiding under a chair. Come out there. Come on.
No.
Don't keep you.
He beat me terribly.
It's all right. He's gone. Come now. Think of your latest discovery. That'll make you feel better.
Which discovery?
The one about roosters.
Ah, yes. Every rooster has his own Spain.
That's right. Of course he has.
But he hides it.
Of course he does.
He hides it under his feathers.
Of course, his feathers.
Day 34th month. Ear Wurabeth. 3, 4, 9. No, I have no strength left. I can't stand anymore. Oh, God, what they're doing to me. They pour cold water on my head. They don't listen to me. They don't hear me. They don't see me. What have I done to them? Why do they torture me so? What do they want from me? What can I give them? I haven't anything to give. I have no strength. I cannot bear this suffering. My head is on fire, and everything goes round me in circles. Save me. Save me, save me. Take me away from here. Give me a carriage. Give me a carriage with horses swift as wind. Oh, yes. Yes, drive on, coachman. Let the harness bells ring. Soar up, my horses. Carry me away from this world. Father, 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 where I will see nothing. Nothing, nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Ah, there's the sky smoking before me. A star twinkles far away. The forest rushes past me with its dark trees and the crescent moon. The violet bark is a carpet underneath me. Oh, I hear something through the fog. On the one side, the sea. On the other, Italy. Russian huts. Russian huts. Maybe that's my house over there, looking blue in the distance. Oh, and isn't that my mother sitting by the window? Yes, Mother. Mother. Save your wretched son. Let your tears fall on his sick head. See how they torture him. Hold me in your arms. There's no room for him in this world. They are chasing him, Mother. Mother, take pity on your sick child. And by the way, have you heard that the Day of Algiers has a wart? A wart! Right under his nose. Right under his nose.
That was The Diary of a Madman by Nikolai Gogol. The technical production for this broadcast was by John Whiting. The music was designed by KPFA music director Charles Shear. Eric Bowersfeld played the Madman, with Bernard Mays as the alter ego and several other men, and Pat Franklin played the several women in their lives. And now, good night. welcome to the Black Mass. We present an adaptation for radio of The Jolly Corner by Henry James.
I know it's only a detail, Denver, but let's stick to the plan. No harm so far, but it's good we caught it in time. All right. We'll meet in the morning for another look. All right, then. Careful there, Alice. I'm sorry I had to stop, but you know you have to keep watch.
I'm impressed.
Impressed?
The way you stood up. Think of it. All these years you may have neglected your real gift.
Building skyscrapers?
Yes. If you had stayed in America, you may have discovered your real genius.
Adding more awful architecture to all this bigness.
Do you find it all really more awful now?
Ah, they were ugly enough then, I remember. But with some charm. Now, proportions and values are upside down. The modern is monstrous.
But you're here, and that's what you think of everything.
Everything. That's too much. I dodge the question. Everything has somehow been a surprise, but even so, my thoughts are almost altogether about something that concerns only myself.
Your property?
Yes. Yes, exactly. I had to come back eventually to look after my property. This new monster is only a renovation. The apartment has flourished all along. I've managed to live for more than 30 years in Europe on the leases. My back turned. Now I've had no trouble catching on. Climbing ladders, learning about material, looking wise. It's actually been charming, amusing, catching on to it this way.
Well, you're going to be well off for it, too. Astonishingly much, I should say. You can turn your back again.
Well, I don't know yet.
You mean you'll live here, in one of your marble towers?
Oh, never. I have my other property, you know.
Oh, yes, the old place, you mean, on the corner. Mm-hmm. I wondered if you'd kept it.
You kept it? Oh, yes, I kept it. It's for that, I think, really, that I returned. I yielded to a humor I've had.
It hasn't changed. I've passed now and again. It's still as it was, except that it's empty. The corner has changed, I'm afraid.
Ah, yes, the corner. The Jolly Corner. I called it that, and it was. I was very fond of it as a child. The happy years growing up there. Finally, after my brothers died, the property came wholly into my hands. Yes, I suppose it was to see my house on the Jolly Corner again, as much as anything, that I came back.
Are we walking there now? I was hoping you'd show me.
Do you mind if we stop for a moment? Would you like to see it?
Oh, of course. Is it really empty all this while?
Entirely. Except for Mrs. Muldoon, good woman who lives in the neighborhood. She comes by every day to open windows and dust and sweep.
Oh, it must have been her I saw once when I passed.
No doubt.
Do you pass often?
Oh, now and then, to get to the downtown car.
You see? Empty. Empty. Vacancy reigns from top to bottom.
Oh, who's there? Is it you, Mr. Bryden?
Yes, it's me, Mrs. Muldoon. I brought a visitor.
Oh, you gave me your start, you did. Ma'am?
This is Miss Staverton.
Hello, Mrs. Muldoon.
Don't let us interrupt, Mrs. Muldoon. We're just going to look about.
There's no trouble, Mr. Bryden. I know you usually come later in the day. But let me push back some of the shutters and let in some light. Oh, to show you, sir, how little there is to see, I'm afraid. The rooms are enormous.
Too large, I'm afraid, for the times. For me.
Unless you were a billionaire.
Ah, yes. Had I but stayed at home and invented skyscrapers.
The dining room is off there. But if you will, you can look down here later. It's my noonday round before leaving, and I can open up for you upstairs.
Oh, don't bother about us, Mrs. Muldoon. We'll just walk about.
Oh, no bother at all, Mr. Bryden. I'm only too glad to oblige. There's only one request I hope you never make of me, sir.
Well, and what's that?
Oh, well, if you should wish for any reason to come in after dark, I would just have to tell you, if you please, that you must ask it of someone else.
You mean there are things to see, then?
It's what you might see, miss. And I put it to you that no lady could be expected to like scraping up to them top stories in the evil hours, could she?
Evil hours?
What with the gas and electricity off, they're evil enough. I've sometimes been late enough to need a taper, and it's been a gruesome march through all them grey rooms.
I can imagine it, Mrs. Muldoon.
What do you imagine? Ghosts? Do you imagine my jolly corner is haunted? Well, there'd be nothing to fear.
Maybe. But I'm not of a mind to find that out, Mr. Bryden. Now, I'll go ahead and open things and leave you to your own. Then I must go off if you're not been needing anything.
Thanks, Mrs. Muldoon. I'll lock up when we leave.
Ma'am?
There used to be a fine view here of the river. There you can still see a slice of it between the buildings.
10 stories higher, you'd have your view again. I suppose that's what they want. To pull this place to pieces and start up.
It's exactly what they want. They're at me daily. They can for their lives understand a man's liability to decent feelings. There are, after all, other values.
In short, you're to make so good a thing of your skyscraper that those ill-gotten gains will afford you to be sentimental here.
Well, yes, exactly. But is it sentimental? No, it's more. It searches me as I wander about.
Oh, you prowl?
Mere sight of the walls, shapes of the rooms, sound of the floors. This old silver-plated knob. I hold it and feel the slightest pressure of other palms. Dead ones now. 70 years of the past. The ashes of my youth still afloat in the air. Well, I thought I had forgotten.
But you can live here again if you decide to stay on.
I might have lived here. I might have put in here all these years. Then everything would have been different enough. But that's another matter. And I can't now. And so the beauty of it, of my perversity, my refusal to tear it down, is the total absence of a reason. If there were reason, it would have to be a matter of dollars. So we'll have none. Not the ghost of one.
Are you very sure that the ghost of one doesn't, sir?
Oh, ghosts. Of course the place must swarm with them. I should be ashamed of it if it didn't. Poor Mrs. Muldoon's right, and it's why I haven't asked her to do more than look in.
Well, if it were only furnished and lived in.
For me, it is lived in. For me, it is furnished.
Yes.
Well, this old elm lives on.
What a charming garden.
The memory is so alive. So alive. Mother, father,
My dear sister, that was her room up there with the balcony. I've seen her 1,000 times sitting there, looking down, calling. My brothers, they're all gone, simply having run their course, having met their end one way or another.
And what would have become of you?
Ah, yes. All things come back to that. What might I have been? What course would I have run? An absurd, but I must admit, an intense speculation.
A morbid obsession?
What would it have made of me? What? I keep forever thinking about it. Idiotically, how could I possibly know?
Well, you see what it has made of others.
Something. Would it have made something of me?
Well, you're something else.
Oh, Alice, I'm nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all.
You followed your own preference. That's something.
Yes, Europe. Europe running off. I liked it. I loved it. If I'd only the least doubt, I would have stuck it out here. But I was too young, 27. That small, tight bud transplanted to a climate that blighted him once and for all.
You wonder about the flower. So do I. I've been wondering these several weeks. I believe in the flower. It would have been quite splendid, quite huge and monstrous.
Monstrous. Monstrous above all. And I imagine by the same stroke quite hideous and offensive.
You don't believe that. If you did, you wouldn't wonder. You'd know, and that would be enough for you. What you feel, and what I feel for you, is that you'd have had power.
You'd have liked me that way?
How should I not have liked you?
I see. You'd have liked me, preferred me, a billionaire.
How should I not have liked you?
Well, I know at least what I am. I've not been edifying. I believe I'm thought in 100 quarters to have been barely decent. I followed strange paths and worshipped strange gods. It must have come to you again and again. In fact, you've admitted as much, that I was leading all these 30 years a selfish, frivolous, scandalous life. And you see what it has made of me.
You see what it has made of me.
Oh, you're a person whom nothing could have altered. You were born to be what you are, anywhere, anyway. You've the perfection nothing else could have blighted. If I hadn't left, don't you see how I'd never have waited till now?
The great thing to see seems to me to be that it hasn't spoiled anything. It hasn't spoiled your being here at last. It hasn't spoiled this. It hasn't spoiled your speaking or...
Do you believe, then, that I am as good as I might have been?
Oh, no, far from it. But I don't care.
You mean that I'm good enough?
Will you believe it if I say so? I mean, will you let that settle the question for you?
There's an idea. Some idea which, however absurd, I cannot yet bargain away.
Oh, you see, you don't care either. But very differently. You don't care for anything but yourself.
Exactly. But he isn't myself. He's the just so totally other person. But I do want to see him. And I can. And I shall.
Yes. You shall. Well, in any case, I've seen him.
You?
I've seen him in a dream.
Oh, a dream.
But twice. I saw him as I see you now.
You've dreamed the same dream?
Twice over. The very same.
You dream about me at that rate?
About him.
Then you know all about him. Well, what's the wretch like?
I'll tell you sometime. Some other time.
It was after that visit with Alice that there was most of a virtue for me in surrender to my obsession. I sometimes came twice in the 24 hours. I projected myself all day, straight over the bristling line of hard, unconscious heads, and into the other, the real, the waiting life. The moments I liked best were those of gathering dusk, of the short autumn twilight. The time which again and again I found myself hoping most, listening, feeling my attention, never before so fine, on the pulse of the great, vague place. I always caught the effect of the steel point of my stick on the old marble of the hall pavement, on the black and white squares, where I played once, long ago. A dim, reverberating tinkle from the depths of the house, of the past, of that mystical other world that might have flourished for me had I not abandoned it. I'd put my stick noiselessly away in a corner, then feel the place in the lightness of some great glass bowl, all precious concave crystal, set delicately humming by the play of a moist finger round its edge. The concave crystal held this mystical otherworld, and the murmur of its rim was the sigh there, the scarce audible pathetic wail of all the baffled, forsworn possibilities. What I did was to wake them. They were shy, all but unappeasably shy, but they weren't really sinister. At least, not before they had taken the form I so yearned to make them take. The form I hunted. Hunted from room to room, story to story. Long after midnight, with my glimmering light, moving it slowly, holding it high. And he would roam restlessly too. When I stopped, I could hear him. He was cautious, shifty. His evasion laying on me finally a rigor to which nothing in my life has been comparable. No pleasure as fine as this tension. No sport demanding the patience and nerve of this stalking a creature more subtle, more formidable than any beast of the forest. I'd place my light on some mantel shelf, step back into a shelter or shade as if a rock or tree, holding my breath, living in the joy of the instant. With habit and repetition, I gained to an extraordinary degree the power to penetrate the distances, the darkness of corners, to resolve back into their innocence the treacheries of uncertain light, the evil-looking forms taken in the gloom by mere shadows, by accidents of the air, by shifting effects of perspective. Putting down my light, I could still wander on without it, pass into other rooms, see my way, visually project a comparative clearness. It made me feel this acquired faculty like some monstrous stealthy cat. I wondered if I would have glared at these moments with large shining yellow eyes, and what it would be for my poor hard-pressed alter ego to be confronted with such a creature. Apparitions, Oh, apparitions. People have been in terror of apparitions, but who had ever before so turned the tables and become himself in the apparitional world an incalculable terror? I liked the open shutters. I opened everywhere those Mrs. Muldoon had closed, closing them as carefully afterward. I liked, and above all in the upper rooms, the sense of the hard silver of the autumn stars through the window panes, the flare of the street lamps below. That was human, actual, social. The world I had lived in. That light supported me mostly in the rooms to the front and the prolonged side, though it failed me in the central shades and the part at the back. There the house was the very jungle of my prey. The place was more subdivided there. Small rooms for servants had been multiplied, nooks and corners abounded, and there was a back staircase over which I leaned many a time to look far down. My whole perception was open to cultivation, bringing it to perfection by practice, grown already so fine that I could hear. Well, there was something unmistakable. I felt it as I walked. I was being kept in sight, tracked at a distance, so that I should appear less arrogantly to myself merely to pursue. I'd make abrupt turns, wheel about, stop, seek it out. I had kept vistas clear, doors open, so that in the darkness my imagination might almost achieve it, project into it. A refinement, a beauty. I had known 50 times the start of perception that had afterwards dropped, had 50 times gasped, there, under some fond, brief hallucination. But he'd retreat. Though he retreated more reluctantly as time went on. Then, finally, one night, at the top among the more intricate rooms, he was there. Waiting, not falling back, waiting at the far end of a series of rooms I had just passed through, waiting, worked up finally to anger, ready to fight. Thus we stood. Both terror and what? Rejoicing. Terror, but also relief that in that other form I could inspire such fear. Thus we were one and the same. The door between the rooms was open, and from a second another opened to a third. But there the chain ended. The third door, which had only moments before been indubitably opened, had subsequently been closed. I stood before it. The question of danger loomed, and with it as never before the question of courage, for what I knew the blank face of the door to say was, show us how much you have. Show us how much you have. It glared back at me with that challenge, and he behind it shut up, defiant, turning the situation. Oh, discretion. Discretion. It could take its time. But at the threshold, this hunger so close to being met, it was amazing, but also exquisite and rare that insistence should have quite dropped from me. Discretion. Could it save the situation? I wouldn't touch the door. I wouldn't touch it. I'd only wait a little to prove that I wouldn't. I listened.
as if there was something to hear. And this attitude between us, while it lasted, was its own communication. If you won't, then good, I spare you. I give up. We both should have suffered. I retire, never to try again. So rest forever. Rest and let me. I turned away. I turned away. I turned away and retraced my steps. And finally, at the other side of the house, I did what I had never done at these hours. I opened half a casement and let in the air of the night. Spell was now broken, and it didn't matter. The empty street. Its other life, so marked even by the great lamplit vacancy, was within call, within touch. High above I watched, as for some comforting common fact, some vulgar human note, a scavenger, a thief, some night bird I would have blessed, positively welcomed that sign of life. But nothing. Oh, nothing. Discretion even there. Not the least stir of the great grim hush. The life of the town was itself discreet, under a spell. Great builded voids. Have they ever spoken so little to any need of the spirit? Great crowded stillnesses with its sinister mask. Oh, it was this large collective negation that proved to me at last what a night I had made of it. I thought, of course, of retracing my steps. There was, after all, the whole rest of the house to traverse for me to leave safely. Safely. Unless the door had meanwhile opened, and he was once more at large and in possession. But if I saw the door open, if I saw it, it would send me straight to this window and make my way uncontrollably, insanely, fatally to the street. No, I wouldn't look. That hideous chance I avert only by recoiling in time from assurance. Assurance. I have the whole house now to deal with. My instinct is all for mildness, but I ran through the rooms, the passages, to finally the top of the stairs. Mildness, yes, I take it all with no rush. No rush, but quite steadily. The house seems immense. The scale of space inordinate. They might come in now, the builders, the destroyers, they might come as soon as they want. Do you hear, all you rooms, all you steps and flights? The wreckers will have you. The wreckers will have you a splintered pile. I descended as if to the bottom of the sea. The last flight to the lower hall. Oh, there, the marble floor. The squares, black and white, of my childhood. Only to cross these once more to the door to safety. To safety. The vestibule gaped wide. The inner door had been thrown far back. That one I had closed. Oh, at last, he, to me, to touch, to know. The penumbra, dense and dark, was the virtual screen of a figure which stood in it as still as some image erect in a niche, or as some black-visored sentinel guarding a treasure. A treasure. My liberation. Oh, my supreme defeat. Grey, glimmering margin. The central vagueness diminishing, taking form. It was somebody. Somebody, something. What made the face dim was a pair of raised hands that covered it, buried it. The head was bent. The figure wore evening dress of gleaming silk lappet and white linen, pearl buttons, gold watchguard, polished shoes. A pair of thick eyeglasses hung from a string. My revulsion had become immense. He hides his face from seeing. Standing there for the achieved, the enjoyed, the triumphant life, yet he can't bear to be faced. Wasn't the proof in the covering hands? The hands. So spread that I could see that one of the hands had lost 2 fingers. They were reduced to stumps as if accidentally shot away. But even so, the face was guarded and saved. Coward! Coward! Show yourself! Show yourself! No, it isn't mine. It isn't me. It is hideous, monstrous. It fits me at no point. Imposter! The face is that of a stranger. It approaches, comes upon me nearer. He is evil, odious, blatant, and vulgar. He advances as for aggression, and I, sick with the force of his shock, fall back under this life larger than my own, this rage of personality under which my own collapses, turns to darkness, gives way, is gone.
Mr. Brighton! Mr. Brighton! Oh, ma'am. He's coming round, I think. Mr. Brighton, sir! You gave us a scare, you did.
Mrs. Muldoon, he'll be all right. Would you fix something?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll go to my place for some tea now, or broth. Some broth will be better now. I'll only be a few moments now.
Mrs. Muldoon, don't bother.
She's gone. She'll be right back.
Alice.
Don't move. Lie here a moment. We found you here in front of the vestibule. You had fallen.
Oh, where was I?
We thought you were dead.
It must have been that I was. Oh, yes, I can only have died. You brought me to life. How?
And now I shall keep you.
Oh, keep me. Keep me. Keep me, Alice. But how did you know to find me?
I was uneasy. You were to have come. Do you remember? And you sent no word.
Oh, yes, I remember. I was still out there in my strange darkness. Where was it? What was it? I must have stayed there so long. So you knew of this, of what has happened?
I've known that you've been coming here.
Known?
Well, I believed it after our talk here.
That I'd persist.
That you'd see him.
Ah, but I didn't. There's somebody, some beast that I brought to bay, but it is not me.
No, thank heaven, it's not you. Of course, it wasn't to have been.
But it was. It was that. I was to have known myself.
I, too, saw you.
Saw me?
saw him. It might have been at the same moment. In my dream again. He came back to me. I knew it for a sign that he had come to you.
He didn't come to me.
You came to yourself.
Now, yes, I've come to myself thanks to you, but this brute with his awful face, a black stranger, he's none of me, even as I might have been.
Isn't the whole point that you'd have been different?
As different as that.
Haven't you wanted to know exactly how different? But anyway, you appeared to me.
Like him?
Yes, a black stranger.
And how did you know it was I?
He told me you had seen him.
You liked him. You liked him, that horror.
I could have. He was no horror. I had accepted him.
Accepted?
I didn't disown him. I knew him. You, my dear, so cruelly didn't. You saw only his difference. Well, he was less dreadful to me. It may have pleased him that I pitied him.
Pitied?
He's been unhappy, ravaged.
And haven't I been unhappy? Am I not ravaged?
I don't say I like him better. But he's grim, he's worn. Things have happened to him. His glasses, I recognized the kind for his poor ruined sight. And his poor right hand.
And he has $1 million a year. He has $1 million a year. But he hasn't you.
And he isn't you. He isn't you.
Mr. Bryden. Oh, sir, you're all right again, I see. Now, shall I bring the tea to you here, or can you come outside?
We'll go outside, Mrs. Muldoon.
We're all right now.
Go ahead, Mrs. Muldoon. We'll follow.
No, he isn't you. He isn't you.
That was The Jolly Corner by Henry James. You heard Eric Bowersfeld as Bryden and Pat Franklin as Alice. The technical production was by John Whiting, with music composed by Peter Winkler. The bassoon was performed by Bill Kaufman, and the story was adapted for radio by Eric Bowersfeld. And now, good night.
Welcome to the Black Man.
Tonight, a story we did on the Black Mass over 2 years ago. We were just beginning the series then, and compared with some of our later work, you may find this one a little primitive. But it was a favorite at the time, and we'll give it a final run-through this evening. Here is The Squaw by Bram Stoker.
My wife and I had been on the second week of our travels through Germany when Elias P. Hutcherson, hailing from Isthmian City, Bleeding Gulch, Maple Tree County, Nebraska, became one of our party. The train ride from Frankfurt had been enjoyably colored by the racy remarks and observances of our transatlantic friend. His quaint speech and wonderful stock of adventures was sometimes a weird counterpart to a terrain and tradition so remote from his own. His destination, and ours, was the ancient city of Nuremberg. His sole motive was to view at last the device of torture modeled in the form of an iron virgin. This fateful romance had begun years ago in Bleeding Gulch, where Elias P. Hutcherson had imagined gory scenes of torture as he pored over a small etched illustration of the famous Virgin in Harper's Weekly. On the day appointed for our visit, the three of us strolled around the outer wall of the city by the eastern side. The burg itself is seated on a rock dominating the town, and an immensely deep moat guards it on the northern side. The ditch has not been used for centuries, and now its base is spread with tea gardens and orchards. A little to our right rose the towers of the burg, and nearer still, standing grim, the Torture Tower, which was and is perhaps the most interesting place in the city. For centuries, the tradition of the Iron Virgin has been handed down as an instance of the horrors of cruelty of which man is capable. We had long looked forward to seeing it, and here at last was its home. As we wandered around the wall, we paused now and then to look down into the moat. The garden seemed quite 50 or 60 feet below us. The July sun was hot, and we were lazy. We lingered, leaning on the wall. Amelia was the first to catch sight of the great black cat.
It was just below us, lying stretched in the sun, while round her played a tiny black kitten. The mother would wave her tail for the kitten to play with, or push playfully with its paw.
They were just at the foot of the wall, and Elias P. Hutcherson, in order to help the play, stooped and picked from the walk a moderate-sized stone.
Hey, let's just have a little fun with them critters. We'll scare them. I'll drop this stone here, right near the kitten. They won't even know where it came from.
Just be careful, Mr. Hutcherson. You might hit the little thing.
Oh, not me, man. Wilders. Tender's a main territory. Lord bless you. I wouldn't hurt the poor, pretty little critter more than I'd scalp a baby if you get your laugh on that. See, I'll drop it far away on the outside of the deer, so as not to get you out.
Thus saying, he leaned over and held his arm out at full length and dropped the stone. It may be that there is some attractive force which draws lesser matters to greater, or more probably that the wall was not straight but sloped to its base, and that we could not see the inclination from above. But the stone fell with a sickening thud that came up to us through the hot air, right on the kitten's head, and shattered out its little brain then and there. The black cat cast a swift upward glance, and we saw her eyes like green fire, fixed an instant on Elias P. Hutcherson. Then she turned to the kitten, which lay still with just a quiver of her tiny limb, whilst a thin red stream trickled from a gaping wound. With a muffled cry, such as a human being might give. She bent over the kitten, licking its wounds and moaning. Suddenly she seemed to realize that it was dead, and again threw her eyes up at us. I shall never forget the sight, for she looked the perfect incarnation of hate. Her green eyes blazed with lurid fire, and the white, sharp teeth seemed to almost shine through the blood which dabbled her mouth and whiskers. She gnashed her teeth, and her claws stood out stark and at full length on every paw. Then she made a wild rush up the wall as if to reach us. But when the momentum ended, fell back, and further added to her horrible appearance.
She's fallen on the kitten. Oh, Richard, it's horrible. Her black fur smeared with the kitten's blood. I can't bear the sight of it. I can't bear it.
Amelia turned quite faint and staggered away. I helped her to a stone seat across the walk and remained with her till she had composed herself somewhat. Then I went back to Hutchison, who stood without moving, looking down, transfixed, and the angry cat below him.
Well, I guess that of the savages beat out at you. That once when an Apache Squaw took it out on a half-breed named Splinters. Splinters. I named him that because of the way he chopped up her papoose. The Apaches had put his own mother to the fire torch the time before. To show his appreciation of that, a reprisal raid. He got hold of his squaw's baby. He hacked it to bits before her eyes. I saw the whole thing. Savage against savage. Squaw got that kind of look. Like that cat down there. On the face so set that it just seemed to grow there. She followed Splinters more than 3 years. The last Apache braves got him and handed him over to her. Yeah. They say that no man, white or Indian, had ever been so long a-dying under the tortures of the Apache. The only time I ever see that squaw smile was when I aimed my gun at her head. Yeah, we got there too late anyway. Splinters already passed in his chips. He wasn't sorry to go either, you can bet that. That squaw, smiling at me. Like she'd get me too, same way if she could. So my gun tore her head apart. Still see that look sometimes. Same look as that cat down there. Same look.
Whilst he was speaking, the cat glared up at us, silent, listening fiercely to the story. Then suddenly she continued her frantic efforts to get up the wall. She would take a run back and then charge up, sometimes reaching an incredible height. She did not seem to mind the heavy fall which she got each time, but started with renewed vigor, and at every tumble her appearance became more horrible.
Well, now, I declare, that poor critter's really taken this to heart. There, poor thing, was all really an accident, you know. I guess that won't bring your little one back to you, will it? Well, now, you know I wouldn't have had such a thing happen if anything in the world. It just shows what a clumsy fool of a man can do when he tries to play. Say, Colonel, I hope your wife don't hold no grudge against me on account of this unpleasantness.
Yes, of course, Mr. Hutchison. I quite understand that it was an accident. I'm afraid, though, that it quite shook me for the moment.
Then we all went back again to the wall and looked over. The cat had drawn back across the moat, sitting on her haunches as though ready to spring. Indeed, the very instant she saw Hutchison, she did spring, and with a blind and unreasoning fury which would have been grotesque, only that it was so frightfully real.
Oh, Richard, that cat frightened me. She leaped just then as if hate and fury could lend her wings. Mr. Hutchison, you must be very careful. That animal would try to kill you if she were up here. Her eyes look like positive murder.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am, but I can't help laughing.
Imagine a man that has fought grizzly bears and Apache Indians being worried about a mad cat. Finally, we moved on our way around the city moat. Every now and then, we looked over the wall, and each time saw the cat following us. At first, she was carrying the dead kitten in her mouth. After a while, however, she abandoned it, evidently hid the body somewhere, and was following us alone. We crossed the little wooden bridge, leading to the gateway, whence ran the steep paved roadway between the berg and the pentagonal torture tower. As we crossed the bridge, we saw the cat again, down below us.
Thank God it can't follow us any further.
Yes, I'm kind of relieved about that myself. Yeah. Now, goodbye, old girl. Really sorry about all this. But you'll get over it in time. You'll get over it. So long. And then we passed through the long, dim archway and came to the gate of the berg. During our survey of this most beautiful old Gothic place, we seemed to have quite forgotten the unpleasant episode of the morning. The old lime tree, with its great trunk gnarled with the passing of nearly 9 centuries. The deep well cut through the heart of the rock by those captives of old. And the lovely view of the city, whence we heard the multitudinous chimes of Nuremberg, all helped to wipe out of our minds the incident of the slain kitten. Finally, we crossed the paved roadway again and entered the torture tower. Truly a grim place. The dust of ages seemed to have settled on it, and the darkness and the horror of its memories seemed to have become sentient. The lower chamber, where we entered, was seemingly in its normal state filled with incarnate darkness. Even the hot sunlight streaming in through the door seemed to be lost in the vast thickness of the wall. The custodian, looking to us as the sole source of his gains for the day, was willing to meet our wishes in any way. You are the only visitors today. You see, you have the place all to yourself. And if you are interested, we can make a more minute and satisfactory survey than would otherwise be possible. Your eyes will get used to the darkness in a few moments. Please, if you will follow me. The walls were coated with dust and marked here and there with patches of dark stain, which, if walls could speak, could have given their own dread memories of fear and pain. We were glad to leave the hall, and when we came up through the open trap in the chamber overhead, Amelia held on to me so tight that I could actually hear her heart beat. I must say for my own part that I was not surprised at her fear, for this room was even more gruesome than that below. There were ranges of windows of medieval smallness, but so high up that from no part could the sky be seen through the thickness of the wall. Dim, at times hardly more than a shadow in this ancient light, the old custodian directed us about his deadly chamber. Those tracks against the wall. Notice in them the sword, the headsman's sword. Great double-handed weapons, with broad blade and keen edge. Nearby were several blocks whereon the necks of the victims had lain. Please, notice there the deep notches where the steel has bitten through the flesh and shot into the wood. And over here, the rat. And another smaller one over here. Here, the chair of spite. Here's the iron boot. And here, this steel basket in which the head of the victim can be slowly crushed to a pulp if necessary. Everywhere, racks belts, boots, gloves, collars. All made for compression at will. Implements of torture. All modeled upon the simplest common objects. Clothing, household furniture, objects which ordinarily bring some kind of comfort and protection. Here in this chamber of horror, molded as from a nightmare into objects which have turned savagely upon their pigs.
Horrible. It's all horrible. Richard, in this dim light I can almost see the victims. Their tortured faces. Hear their cries.
But it's all of another age, Amelia. Long, long past. These are only skeletons, deadly remains. Remind us.
Worse than that. In this twilight, they seem still to live, biding their time, waiting. There is about them a hushed, gruesome expectancy. Richard, where is Mr. Hutchinson? He was with us just a moment ago.
He had left us just a moment before, heading toward the center of the chamber. And we saw him there now, standing transfixed before a great dark object, to which the custodian now led us.
But the central object of this whole chamber of horrors is this engine known as the Iron Virgin, which stands here in the center of the room. It is, you see, a rudely shaped figure of a woman, hardly recognizable as intended for a human figure at all, but not the founder, shaped on the forehead, a rude resemblance of a woman's face. The poor lady, so long abandoned, covered with rust outside, is still, however, in working order. Here, let me show you. You see here the rope fastened to the little iron ring at the base of the figure, and drawn through a pulley fastened on the wooden pillar over here. Now, I pull the rope. So, the front section of the Virgin opens like a door, and see the thickness of the iron wall of this dreadful machine. And inside, just enough room for one victim to be placed. The door was of great weight, for it took the custodian all his strength, aided though he was by the contrivance of the pulley, to open it. This weight was partly due to the fact that the door was of manifest purpose, hung so as to throw its weight downwards, so that it might shut of its own accord when the strain was released. The inside was honeycombed with rust, nay more, the rust alone that comes through time would hardly have eaten so deep into the iron wall. The rust of the cruel stain was deep indeed.
Oh, Richard, look. Look inside the door.
Indeed, it was only when we looked there that the diabolical intention was manifest to the full. You see the long spike, broad at the base, sharp at the point, placed in such a position that when the door should close, the upper one would pierce the eyes of the victim, and the lower one his heart and abdomen. Hutchison, still obsessed by this Iron Virgin, finally gave us the benefit of his thought.
Well, I guess I've been learning something here. We used to think out on the plains that the Indians could teach us just about everything on how to make a man uncomfortable. From here, though, seems we were a long way behind the times. Yeah, old Splinters and his squaw could have learned a thing or two to play on each other from this old world. You know, I wonder how it would feel standing in there, Room for just one. Kind of comfortable. Leaning back that way. Till you see the door and the spikes. You know, I can't help it. I just gotta do that. See how it feels in there.
Oh, no, it's too terrible.
Oh, now, ma'am, nothing's too terrible to the exploring mind. It's the danger that draws us to it. And I've been in some queer places in my time. Spent a night inside a dead buffalo once when the Comanches on a warpath. 5 days in a cave in the Billy Bronco gold mine in Mexico. No, I never yet walked me out on a crazy time. And I sure can't begin now, now can I?
I could almost understand what Hutchison was trying to say. It was hard to draw one's eyes away from the terrible iron contact. The hollow shape, fitting the human form, had a strange, compelling effect. If one was not forced to turn away in horror, one was almost hypnotized, drawn into the dreadful mist to satisfy the lust of this iron woman. Why, I wonder, didn't I stop poor Hutchison while there still was a chance? Instead, I urged him to get through with the experiment. At first, the custodian was reluctant, but a small bribe from Hutchison gained his full cooperation. Hutchison wanted no detail overlooked that would add to the original experience. Consequently, the custodian produced some thin frayed rope and proceeded to bind our companion with sufficient strictness for the purpose. Half bound, Hutchison backed into the opening, which was just enough to hold him. Indeed, it was a close fit. And there, the custodian completed the task of binding the legs and feet together. The victim, now helplessly fixed, had reached a state of almost macabre elation.
Well, there now. This here little woman don't leave much room to bustle in. You take our coffins more room than we back it out of there. Now there, Judge. You just begin to let this door down easy like for me. I just want to feel how it was when those spines kind of moving toward their eyes.
Richard, stop him. Stop this. It's too terrible. I can't bear to see it. I can't.
But there was no stopping now. And Amelia, still holding tight to my arm, shivered, whilst the custodian began to slacken slowly, inch by inch, the rope that held back the iron door. Hutchison's face was positively radiant as his eyes followed the first movement of the spike.
Oh, man, this is really it. Really is. Find how to show for a real pleasure like this since I left New York. Start rotted, tired out old continent, no bars, no Indians. Hey, slow there, Judge. Don't you rush this. I want a show for my money, I do.
The custodian must have had in him some of the blood of his predecessors in that ghastly tower. But he worked the engine with a deliberate and excruciating slowness. After 5 minutes, the outer edge of the door had not moved half as many inches. But my attention was suddenly drawn to Amelia. Her grip had tightened on my arm. I saw her lips had whitened. She was looking not at the instrument of torture, but to a spot beside it.
Look there. The cat. The cat.
It was crouching almost out of sight, beside the iron virgin. Her green eyes shone fiercely in the gloom of the place, and their color was heightened by the blood which still smeared her coat and reddened her mouth. Her stare seemed to hold me silent for a moment. She looked like a triumphant demon. Her eyes blazed with ferocity. Her hair bristled out till she seemed twice her normal size. Only when she turned for me to spring could I call out a warning. The cat! The cat! Look out for the cat! But at that instant, with a sort of hellish scream, she hurled herself not as we expected at Hutchison, but straight at the face of the custodian. Her claws seemed to be tearing wildly. And as I looked, I saw one of them hit the poor man's eye and actually tear through it and down his cheek, leaving a wide band of red where the blood seemed to spurt from every vein. Amelia had fainted in my arms, and holding her, I could do nothing to halt the terrible events before me. The custodian leaped back, dropping as he did so the rope which held back the iron door. The cord ran like lightning through the pulley block, and the heavy mass fell forward from its own weight. As the door closed, I caught a glimpse of poor Hutchison's face. It was frozen with terror. His eyes stared with a horrible anguish, as if dazed, and no sound came from his lips. The spikes had done their work. Happily, the end was quick, for when I wrenched open the door, they had pierced so deep that they had locked in the bones of the skull through which they had crushed, and actually tore him, out of his prison, until, bound as he was, he fell at full length, with a sickly thud upon the floor, his face turning upward as he fell. I rushed to Amelia and carried her out, for I feared for her very reason if she should wake from her faint at such a scene. I laid her on the bench outside, and then I ran back. Leaning against the wooden column was the custodian, moaning in pain as he held his reddening handkerchief to his eyes. And sitting on the head of poor Hutchinson was the cat, purring loudly as she licked the blood that trickled through the gashed sockets of his eyes. I think no one will call me cruel, but I seized one of the old executioner's swords and chopped her in two as she sat.
That was The Squaw by Bram Stoker. On our next Black Mass program, 2 weeks from tonight, we will continue our summer rerun with The Rat in the Wall by H.P. Lovecraft. And here is a brief coming attraction.
I heard voices, echoes, but above all that insidious scurrying. I felt them all around me. I was one of them, part of the ravenous army that feasts on the living and the dead. Well, why shouldn't rats eat a Dilla Power, as a Dilla Power eats forbidden things? No, I am not that demon in the twilight grotto. It's not Nari's body I tear apart. It's not blood I feast upon, and flesh. You faint and fear at what my family do. Blood, I'll stick it. I'll learn you how to blood. World is the wine can be filled wide. Magna Mater! Magna Mater! Understand, Durgat?
That's The Rat in the Wall by H.P. Lovecraft, 2 weeks from tonight.
Welcome to the Black Man.
On this program, you will hear The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. The story was adapted and performed by Eric Bauersfeld. Here now is The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft.
Unhappy is he, to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. I know not where I was born. I remember only this castle, infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and dismal, high-ceilinged chambers. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and the smell everywhere, coming up out of the deeper passages from the remains there. The generations of bones had led endlessly down into the earth. The light was a dim and uniform gray, throwing no shadows. Outside in the forest, there was no sunlight able to come through the trees. The branches thickly interwove overhead, cutting out all sight of anything above. Except there was one black tower of the castle that reached beyond the trees. It rose up inside into a dark and inaccessible height. There was no stairway. It could not be ascended save by an impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived in this place all my childhood, but I cannot measure the time. Someone must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself or anything else alive. I think that whoever nursed me must have been terribly aged. My first conception of a living person was of something distorted, shriveled, decaying. I remember there was such a corpse. I often went to it with a feeling of reverence and attachment. It was a woman, an ancient,
lying as she had died, partly eaten around the throat and chest, the terrible gesture of horror in her sprawled position and opened mouth. I would sometimes roam the passage where she lay. I seemed to be drawn there. I wanted to kneel before it, to lie my head against it. Once I recall, I reached out to touch her, and she seemed to draw away in horror as if some instinct of recoil had penetrated to the very bones of the hideous thing. It fell off the ledge, breaking apart on the stones below. I dared not touch her again. Otherwise, to me, there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that populated my world. They were to me more natural than the colored pictures of living people I found in many of the ancient books that lined shelves and piled corners. From such books, I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me. And I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years, not even my own. Although I read of speech, I had never thought to try speaking aloud myself. I felt conscious of youth because I remembered so little. I'd wander outside by the moat, filled with the thick and stagnant water. I imagined it to be the great seas I saw in the picture books. I even constructed a boat, a toy boat, with masts, and set it upon the water, but the slime held it. It couldn't sail. And I watched it slip through the surface, sinking slowly, inch by inch, down till it disappeared. Across the moat, under the dark, mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself there in the sunny world beyond the forest.
So long, and now nothing will separate us. Nothing.
The pictures would fade. They were not real. Oh, I wanted to make them real. I'd try to escape the forest. I'd run. I'd run, but the farther I ran from the castle, the more dense became the shade. The thickness filled me with a terrible fear until I forgot my search and turned back. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited. For what? Only skulls looked up at me, their gaping jaws, their silence. In my madness, I'd crush them. Who put me here? Why? My longing for light grew so frantic I could rest no more. The tower that reached up into the dark absorbed me. I stood beneath it and raised my hands into the abyss. There must be a way. There must be. I stood flat against the stones, grasping them. Strange, I could hold on to the stones more easily than I thought. I pulled myself up, stone by stone, round the tower and up
Up. I stopped and looked above. There was no end to the darkness. Below, the dim light seemed to be fading. But I had no fear. Oh, no fear. No fear, only great anticipation. Why hadn't I tried before? There were ledges in the rock, and places to hold. Places to hold. Hours later, I had reached the top. I clung to the stone, my head against a roof, a stone panel that would lift. Oh, the climb had strengthened, not weakened me. Oh, it took mere effort now to brace my shoulders against it and push up and out from the wall. The effort, the strain was pure joy. It felt as if something else was working, some other thing in me that drew me out. I was out. The stone had fallen shut, but I had reached the outside. And overhead was the radiant full moon. I had never seen it before, except in dreams and in vague visions. Memory. Ah, sweet light. Fell upon me like... But where was I? How high above the trees? It seemed I was on a stone platform, but vast, an observatory. But there were columns about, broken, and beyond the platform other stones, small ones with inscriptions and dates. Between the stones. Earth. There stretched around me nothing less than the solid earth, housed with marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church whose ruined spires gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. The earth. Was this insanity? Or dreaming? There was a familiarity. Oh, but no, this was the world, and I would go forth to meet it. There were meadows with the smell of grass, and trees that did not cover the sky. Oh, and houses. Some ancient ruins that my mind tried to reconstruct, but others with lights. I could see figures inside. Lights. My mind played tricks. If I looked too long, the lights would fade. The figures melt away. The walls seem ancient, ruined, as if my own castle back there. No, I wouldn't. I walked on. I almost knew the road. On. In a direction. Yes. Inevitably in a direction. A large lit house, surrounded by a park, with great windows, ablaze with light and sound. There was a courtyard. Oh. Oh, this was the world. Oh, how brilliant it was. How merry. I had never heard human voices before. Yet it was familiar. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up remote recollections. Oh, they smiled. They talked to each other. They laughed. Oh, world. The windows before me were two doors. I put my hands to each to enter and pushed open into the joyous room. And the people became silent. They all stared with a strange and familiar expression. I tried to speak to them, but it was hard to speak. No! I walked toward them, but they fled. Every face distorted. Screams, hands covering their eyes. Stumbling away. Wait! Like mist, they faded before me. They seemed to melt into the walls, through doors, dragging each other. No, wait! Wait. They had all been gathered before a wall, which now stood bare, with gilded designs bordering an archway, but the arch was glass, reflecting the room. There was only one figure in it, vague as I approached. Then more and more clearly I could see it. Compound of all that is unclean, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. The ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and dissolution. A dripping, putrid eidolon of some unwholesome revelation. The awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. It was not, or no longer, of this world. Yet in its eaten-away bony outlines I saw a leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape. Mine, no! The eyes, as I approached, held mine open. I couldn't turn away. But I would wipe out the sight. I'd reach out. I stretched out my fingers to the abomination. To touch a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. But it would yield. At that last moment, I had recognized him. When I returned to the graveyard, The stone door was immovable. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day in the catacombs. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon. Yet in my new wildness and freedom I welcome the bitterness of alienage, for I know always that I am an outsider, stranger in this century, for a time, a stranger among those who are still men.
That was The Outsider by H.P. Lovecraft. The story was adapted for radio and performed by Eric Bauersfeld, with technical production by John Whiting. And now, good night.
Tonight, we present The Death of Halpin Frasar, adapted from the story by Ambrose Bierce.
One dark night in midsummer, a man, waking from a dreamless sleep in a forest, lifted his head from the earth and stared a few moments into the blackness.
Catherine.
He said nothing more, for he was dead. The man was Halpin Frasar, and his body was discovered the following morning by Sam Holker, the deputy sheriff from Napa, and Jim Jarrelson, a detective from San Francisco. The two men left the town of St. Helena at the first glimmer of dawn and walked along the road northward up the valley toward Calistoga. They carried guns on their shoulders. Their business was manhunting.
How far is it?
No, only a little ways yet. There's a turn ahead, and it's just beyond that.
Don't see how we'll see anything when we get there. In this fog.
No, it'll thin out and blow off around noon, I expect. Then we'll wait around until he shows.
Till he shows?
Oh, he'll show all right. I've seen him 3 times.
You say he's been hanging around the graveyard?
Yeah, where they buried his wife. Now, she was the weirdie. Ooh. Maybe you can't blame him for what he did to her. Then he sure had a lot of practice before her. You see, she was a widow when he met her, in fact. Came to California to look up some relative. Then you know all about that. Strange people. Strange people. Well, now, here we are. Over here. You can see the graveyard's not kept up. Not used anymore. Weeds all grown over the stones. Look out you don't trip on them over there.
What about Branscombe? Shouldn't we watch out if he's around?
Oh, no. He don't show up till dark. Thought I'd show you the ground, and we could make some sort of plan for later. A grave is over here. He'll come by it like I saw him before. Over here under this spruce. You know, it's still a mystery to me why... Hey there. Hey there now.
What?
Hey there now, look at this.
What is it? Well, is it Branscombe?
No, isn't him. Don't know who it is.
The body lay upon its back, the legs wide apart. One arm was thrust upward, the other outward, but the latter was bent acutely, and the hand was near the throat. Both hands were tightly clenched. The whole attitude was that of desperate but ineffectual resistance to... what?
There's a shotgun over there. A game bag with birds in it. He's out game hunting.
Looks like he put up a fight, too. Oak shoots all bent over. Somebody bigger than him, it looks. See the knee marks in the earth beside his hips? Strangled, all right. Look at the face.
Well, Branscombe did it, sure enough. Sure enough.
I had been all day in the hills west of the Napa Valley, looking for such small game as was in season. Late in the afternoon, it had come on to be cloudy, and the absence of trails had so impeded me that I was overtaken by night, unable in the darkness to penetrate the thickets. I had lain down near the roots of a large tree and fallen into a sleep, dreamless until I heard the name pronounced, I couldn't imagine why, from my own throat. Then I lay down and went to sleep, but this time no longer dreamless. I thought I was walking along a dusty road that showed white in the gathering darkness of a summer night. Why or where I traveled, I did not know, though it all seemed simple and natural as is the way in dreams. side road left off. The appearance haven't been long abandoned because it seemed it led to something evil. Yet I turned into it without hesitation, impelled by some imperious necessity. As I pressed forward, I became conscious that my way was haunted by invisible existences. From among the trees on either side, I caught broken and incoherent whispers in a strange tongue which yet I partly understood. They seemed to me fragmentary utterances of a monstrous conspiracy against my body and my soul. A shallow pool in an old wheel rut caught my eye with a crimson gleam. I stooped and plunged my hand into it. It stained my fingers. It was blood. It was blood. Blood was everywhere about me. The weeds showed it in blots and splashes on their leaves. Defiled in the trunks of the trees were broad maculations of crimson, and blood dripped like dew from their foliage. All this I observed with a terror and an expectation. It seemed to be all in expiation of some crime. I was aware of my guilt, but I couldn't remember the crime. I tried to search it out by tracing my life backward to discover the moment of sin. Scenes and incidents came crowding, one picture effacing in confusion another. But nowhere could I catch a glimpse of the crime. I will not submit unheard. I will not submit unheard. There may be powers that are not malignant traveling this accursed road. I shall leave them a record. I shall leave them a record and an appeal. I shall relate the wrongs, the persecutions that I endure. I'm a helpless mortal and a penitent. I found a memorandum in my pocket, but no pencil. I had no pencil. I broke a twig from a bush and dipped it into a pool of blood, and I began to write. I wrote rapidly. I wrote my appeal. Oh, I don't know where the words came from, but I wrote. But it seemed I'd hardly touched the paper with the twig when I heard her. At first from some measureless distance away. Soulless. Heartless. Accursed. A strange sensation began to take possession of my body and my mind. Some overpowering presence. A malevolence. Approaching me. I could not tell from what direction, from everywhere. She was everywhere about me. I had to complete my record, my appeal. I wrote with terrible rapidity. The twig rilling blood without renewal. My appeal. But in the middle of a sentence, I could not move my hands. My arms fell to my sides. The paper to the earth. I was drawn about. I looked up. Staring into a face. Sharply drawn face. Blank, dead eyes, standing white and silent in the garments of the grave. Kathy. Mother.
Halpin was the youngest. He was more delicate than the rest, and perhaps a trifle spoiled. His father had little time for him. His father was what no Southern man is not, a politician. It took a good deal of his time, and I suppose it saved us from the war. But then later, other children were at school, and I had Halpin all to myself. I was very happy. We were both very happy. His father wanted him to study law. Oh, my law. Halpin was a dreamer, a romantic boy. I knew from the very beginning that he could be a poet. Well, it was in his blood. And he was the living image and character of his maternal grandfather, the late and great Myron Bayne. That was my father, the famous poet, you know. He died just before Halpin was born, so they never knew each other. But I used to think that Halpin was the very incarnation, the very living image. It's true, you know, that before Halpin was born, Myron was all I had. Well, that was really how it was. My husband was in politics, you know, and the children came and went with him all so fast. And it's true, I can hardly remember one of them now. Sometimes I think there was only Halpin after all. And before him, Myron Bayne. Oh, Myron, we always believed we'd be together again afterwards. But being alive was all we had, after all, wasn't it? You see, my father and I were very close. I was his inspiration. I was all he had. The only one he ever really loved. We had a perfect sympathy that the world would never have understood. So we had to take care. We had to protect our beautiful weakness, our guilt. Then suddenly he died, and I waited in all this dark world until Halpin was born. His father wanted him to study law. Oh, my. The Tennessee Frasers were a practical folk, having a contempt for any quality unfitting a man for the wholesome vocation of politics. Well, Halpin was going to disappoint them, and they could see it from the first. And what they said about him only showed their ignorance. They said he wasn't a very bright, and he was a crazy like his grandfather, Myron Bayne. Oh, my. Sometimes you just have to shut the whole world out, don't you? So I expect his mother spoiled him a little. And you can't go blaming her for that, can you? How happy we were, Halpin and I. I was still young, you know, they'd say. Halpin and his beautiful mother. Of course, from his early childhood, Halpin called me Kathy. Halpin and Kathy. No one would have known to look. They were jealous. Yes, they were of us, as our attachment became yearly stronger, more tender. By the time he was 25, Halpin was the most beautiful of God's creatures on this earth. I must say, he didn't turn out to be much of a poet by then. But I knew that it might just burst out of him at any moment. He had it all in him, of course. All waiting. I tried to help him a little with his writing and reading. He was a little slow at first. But he was a dreamer. A romantic dreamer. You know, the two of us were almost inseparable. And by strangers observing our manner, we weren't infrequently taken for lovers. Oh, my. In all their wild days, they'd never believed how right they were. And we laughed at them, Halpin. We laughed at them, at their outrage and envy. We knew they envied us. that element in all the relations of life, strengthening, softening, and beautifying. Yes, beautifying, even those of consanguinity. Oh, Halpin, do you remember? Do you remember even a single moment? Well, then there was that day you left me. Halpin had taken a job with a local lumber company. Oh, he wanted to do something. Didn't want to be so dependent on me, I suppose. And this friend of his talked him into working for the Talcote and Bleecker Lumber Company. Well, he hadn't been with them a month, and then that day he came into my boudoir. I knew. I suppose I knew, Halpin, by the way you kissed me on the forehead and toyed for a minute with a lock of my hair. Had you stopped loving me already, Halpin? We can't tell, can we, when someone really stops loving?
Kathy?
Well, Halpin, I have a distinct feeling that there's something on your mind. What is it, Halpin?
Oh, Kathy, would you greatly mind if I were called away to California for a few weeks?
To California?
It's for the company, Kathy. Mr. Talcott himself asked me to do this.
California is far away. How many weeks?
Only a few, Kathy. 4. Maybe 5.
Well, Halpin, it is hardly needful for me to answer with my lips a question to which my telltale cheeks have already made reply. Evidently, I would greatly mind.
Oh, Kathy, don't feel that way. I want to do this for the company, you know.
Yes, you want to get away, Halpin. I know. Oh, my dear son, I should have known this was coming. Didn't I lie awake half the night weeping because during the other half, Myron Bain, your grandfather, came to me in a dream, and standing by his portrait, young, too, and handsome as that, he pointed to your portrait on the same wall. And when I looked, it seemed that I could not see the features. You have been painted with a cloth over your face. A cloth such as we put on the dead. Your father has laughed at me when I've told him about my dreams. But you and I, dear, we know that such things are not for nothing. And Halpin, I saw below the edge of the cloth the marks of hands on your throat. Oh, Halpin, forgive me, but we've not been used to keep such things from each other. Perhaps you have a different interpretation of my dream, Halpin. Perhaps it does not mean that you will go to California. Or maybe you take me with you?
That's such a strange dream, Kathy. You dreamed all that before. Didn't tell me.
Well, now you know, Halpin. I remember hearing that there are medicinal springs in California, places where one recovers from rheumatism and neuralgia. Well, now, that might do me some good. My fingers have grown so stiff lately. You see, Halpin? So stiff, especially in the morning. I'm almost sure they have been giving me great pain while I slept. Like they was grasping something and just couldn't let go.
Like a throat, Kathy. Like a throat when you hold them like that.
Oh, but that's only in a dream, Halpin. And we don't want to mistake a dream for real life.
No, Kathy. No. We don't ever want to take a chance of mistaking a dream that way.
That was the last thing you ever said to me, Halpin. Seems I remember it as. You were gone next morning. Couldn't see you for dust. Oh, Halpin. At first, I thought it was in a dream you left me, and I couldn't wake out of it, hard as I tried. My poor hands never straightened out. They try to find you in all their emptiness. You never wrote. You just vanished like you never was. Oh, my. I came all the way to California looking for you. A long while in San Francisco, someone said you'd gone to sea. So I watched the ships and the sailors. I thought each one was you, Halpin. I made believe they were because I wanted to wake up out of my dream. Then a very mean man indeed, took me up here to the mountains, and we lived a while torturing each other. I hid all his stolen money in the graveyard. Still looking for it, I suppose. Oh, he was very mean to me, Halpin. He had a little knife, which he kept sharp as a razor. Kathy. Look, Halpin.
Kathy.
Look at me.
Kathy, go.
See what he did?
Kathy.
He said he wanted to find the spot that hurt the most. But nothing hurt, Halpin. Nothing hurt.
Kathy.
Nothing hurt anywhere. Only the memory. And he couldn't find the right spot for that. But he got very close one dark night. See, Halpin? My delicate white throat. See how he cut with his razor knife from this ear to that ear. It never stopped bleeding, Halpin. Oh, you'd never believe how much blood could be stored up in one soulless body. See it, Halpin?
Keep away.
Keeps me strong enough to come to you.
Keep
and
away,
bring
Kathy.
these aching hands to your own warm, dear throat.
Kathy, no.
See
No.
me, Halpin?
Kathy. No.
See what's gone out of me?
No, Kathy. Keep away. Kathy.
Oh, mine.
Kathy, no.
Oh, peace. Oh, love gone out of me. I am your dream, Halpin. There is no appeal for you, Halpin. No appeal.
To Jarlson and Holker, the nature of the struggle was made clear by a glance. The face and throat were purple, almost black. The shoulders lay upon a low mound, and the head was turned back at an angle otherwise impossible. From the froth filling the open mouth, the tongue protruded, black and swollen. The throat showed terrible contusions, not mere finger marks, but bruises and lacerations wrought by two strong hands that must have buried themselves in the yielding flesh, maintaining their terrible grasp until long after death.
The work of a maniac, all right. Branscombe LaRue.
Look here. Looks like he was writing something in a memorandum pad. Yeah. Pretty scrawly. Well, I guess under the circumstances. Can you make it out?
Let's see. It's poetry, looks like. The air was stagnant all. Silence was a living thing that breathed among trees. With blood, the trees were all adrip.
Sounds like Bain.
Bain? Who's Bain?
Myron Bain. Poet half a century ago. Now, why would this poor fellow want to be copying down that dismal stuff?
Dismal, all right. Well, in a way, I guess it figures.
Everyone who has travelled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house. It is Castringham Hall, in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story. One feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree, growing within half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the house is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. Castringham contributed a victim to the extortions. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell.
Sir Matthew, will you tell the court, please, what you saw regarding Mrs. Mothersole on the evenings that you mentioned?
Well, on 3 different occasions from my window, I watched her, Mrs. Mothersole, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife. And as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, I did my best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise I had made. All I could see when I got down to the garden was a hare running across the path in the direction of the village. On the 3rd night, I followed her at what speed I could. I went straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house. I had to wait a quarter of an hour battering at her door, and when she came out, she was very cross and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed. And as I had no good explanation to offer, I had to apologize, rather embarrassingly. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery. But Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper.
Oh, her poisonous rage did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the very living aspect of a mad devil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law. Only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect. Aye, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon my mind for 6 months after.
However, all that Mrs. Mothersole is reported to have said was seemingly meaningless words.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
Sir Matthew Fell, then Deputy Sheriff, was present at the execution, and was not unimpressed at the bearing of the woman. He shared certain misgivings over the whole business with the vicar of his parish as they rode from the scene of the gallows.
I'll say it again, Mr. Crome. My evidence at the trial was not given willingly. I'm not at all specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but I declare that I could not give any other account of the matter than what I had given, and I could not possibly have been mistaken in what I saw. But the whole transaction has been repugnant to me. Now, I am a man who likes to be on pleasant terms with those about me. Yes, those are my sentiments, Mr. Crome.
And the good vicar applauded them, as any reasonable man would have done, and was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped.
Mr. Crome, look there a moment.
Where, Sir Matthew?
At the ash tree there. Look, what is that runs up and down the trunk of it? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now.
Oh, yes, I see some sort of moving creature.
What can you make of it, Mr. Crome?
Nothing of its color in this moonlight, Sir Matthew. But now it's gone.
Was it a squirrel?
Well, for an instant there was a sharp outline, and I could swear, though it sounds foolish, that squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Aye, more than 4 legs, Sir Matthew. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. When the door was at last opened from the outside, they found their master dead and black. Mr. Crome came as quickly as he could to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. Many years later, Mr. Crome's notes regarding this incident were found among his papers. They showed how genuine a respect and sorrow he felt for Sir Matthew, and they also threw some light upon the common beliefs of the time.
There was not any the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it out. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury, Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterward declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbors of poison. The body was very much disordered as it lay in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable a conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying what was indeed confirmed upon the first view.
We had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with our naked hands than we felt a violent smart and aching in our palms.
Aye, and the swelling, the swelling from the palms to the elbows, so immoderately, the pain still continuing that for many weeks afterwards we were forced to lay by the exercise of our calling.
And yet no mark to be seen on the skin. No mark seen on the skin.
Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens, of the condition of the skin on this part of the body. But we could not detect any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible of the small size in which my friend used nightly and upon his first rising to read a set portion. And I, taking it up, not without a tear duly paid to him, it came into my thoughts to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the swords. I must needs admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me. Yet, as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results. In the case, it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words from St. Luke, chapter 13, verse 7. Cut it down. Cut it down. And in the second, Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 20. It shall never be inhabited. It shall never be inhabited. And upon the third experiment, Job, Chapter 39, verse 30. Our young ones also suck up blood. Our young ones also suck up blood. This is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's paper. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor, indeed, was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase as time went on. The second Sir Matthew was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed. And the feeling of surprise, and indeed disquiet, was very strong when it was found that though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside of it of body, bones, or dust. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. Mrs. Chiddock, I can certainly not sleep in that room again.
Oh, sir?
The chimney smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that the fire had to be kept up. Furthermore, something had so rattled about the window in the wind that no man could get a moment's peace. No, I'll certainly not sleep in that room again, Mrs. Chiddock. I shall select a new room this morning.
As you say, sir. There's the fine large study across the hall, if I may suggest.
No, it has an eastern aspect. I must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun does not wake me early. And the room must be out of the way. I don't want servants forever passing the door.
Well, Sir Richard, you know there is but one room like that in the house.
Oh? Which may that be?
Why, sir, that is Sir Matthew's room, the west chamber.
Well, put me in there. I lie there tonight.
But no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there.
Well, then it's time the air be changed. Come along, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least. So it was opened. And indeed, the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, threw the shutters back, and flung open the casement. The view was almost entirely blocked off by the ash tree.
Oh, sir, the tree. It makes the room so oppressive, so dampish, sir.
Well, we'll shortly take care of that. Air the room, Mrs. Chiddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. When the Bishop of Kilmore arrives, you can put him in my old room.
But, sir, there's a fearfulness about this room. It's the very room...
Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Make no difficulties about it, Mrs. Chiddock. I do not wish to listen to any more. Be about the airing. In the afternoon, the Bishop of Kilmore arrived. He had risked the approaching storm in order to have an hour with Sir Richard before the arrival of the other guests. The bishop had brought with him a manuscript, come upon
while exploring the papers and other remains of the once vicar of Castringham. And, for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae of Mr. Crome, which you have already heard. They amused him a great deal. Well, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice: cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, may rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and agues was never seen. I was wondering, sir, your parlour here contains the family books. Ah, yes, I wonder whether the old prophet is there yet. Now, let's see. The Bibles are kept over here. And I know the one, a thick, dumpy... Ah, yes, here it is. Look here. Look here. Sure enough, the inscriptions on the flyleaf. To Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldis. The 2nd of September, 1659. Well, your lordship, it would be no bad plan to test him again, eh? I'll wager we'll get several family names from the chronicles. Let's see now. See, what do we have here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Later came the other guests. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning, Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks instead with the Bishop of Kilmore. As the two were walking along the terrace and talking over certain alterations and improvements for the house, the bishop suddenly pointed to the window of the west room. You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard. Ah? Why is that, my lord? It is, in fact, my own room. Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree. And your fine growth of ash is not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps it has given you a touch of its quality already. You do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you. Yes, that or something else, it has true cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it. I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage. Your lordship is right there, I think, but I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on, no doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass that kept me open-eyed. Oh, I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you can see it from this point. None of those nearest branches can touch your casement. Unless there were a gale, and there was none of that last night. They missed the panes by a foot. No, sir, true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so? Aye, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks. Ah, well, sir, might it be the rats that must have come up through the ivy? Of course, the rats. It was the rats. So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms, and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The night outside is still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head, rapidly, to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which moved back and forward even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion, Is it nothing more? Ah, there. Something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another. 4 of them. And after that, there is quiet again.
Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.
As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Ominous guesses were hazarded. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected the air. But the Bishop of Kilmore looked up at the ash tree. He noticed that a white tomcat was crouching in the lower boughs, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up and craned over the hole.
Oh, well now, Kitty, what do you see there, inside the ash? Careful of the edge there. Careful now.
But the bit of edge on which it stood gave way, and the cat went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were, and then the slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Harvey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed.
There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I'm for an instant search. I agree with you there, Sir William. We must get to the bottom of this. The secret of these terrible deaths is there, in the ash tree.
A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and the gardener let it down by a rope cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and suddenly the face became struck with an incredulous terror and loathing.
Oh!
He fell back from the ladder, letting the lantern fall inside the tree.
Quick, Sir William, catch the man. What has he seen? What has he seen? He's in a dead faint, my lord. It will be some time, I fear, before any word can be got from him. But look to the tree. Look to the tree, my lord. It's aflame.
The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire.
And so it was. First, at the fork, we saw a round body, covered with fire the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a smaller ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. We went as near as we dared to it, and saw. Look, your lordship. It's an enormous spider. The remains, veinous and seared, of an enormous spider. And as the fire burned, more terrible bodies like that began to break out from the trunk. And it was seen that these were covered with greyish hair.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
All that day the ash burned, and until it fell to pieces the men stood about it and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and we cautiously moved in and examined the roots of the tree. We found below it a rounded hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had been plainly smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair. It was pronounced by those that later examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years.